Welcome back guys, hope you're all doing great. In this video we are going to discuss about how to create this nice Spotify clone 2.0, and it's fully functional and it's fully responsive. You can switch between the multiple songs and you can play whatever the songs you want to play, and you can drag and adjust their timing between them. Okay, and you can see it's having this nice hover effect, and you can toggle between the active menu same as here. And this, it's loading all these images and the songs are getting loaded from the Firebase. Everything is working fine. I just muted this audio partially because of the copyright claim, so I just muted it, but everything is working fine. See, you can adjust the timing between according to that seconds. This meter is also running perfectly. And let's see how responsive it is. I right click and I click inspect elements. I go to this toggle menu. This is how it looks in the tablet view. If I go to mobile view, this is how it looks in the mobile view, and this site it's completely responsive. And let's see how to create this by using the React. So if you don't know, if you don't have any idea about React, it's fine. We are going to discuss everything from the scratch, including hooks and all those components and everything briefly and elaborately. And if you are watching my channel for first time, kindly give a like and subscribe the channel, and that will encourage me to come up with more new ideas. Okay, so without wasting your time, let's get started, and I'll see you inside the video. Okay then, I already created the project by you running this command npx create react app. It's a command which helps you to create a React project, and type your project name over there. That will create a React project. This will run for quite like around 2 to 3 minutes, so sit tight and wait until it gets done. Once it's get done, you can see how to navigate to your project and what is the command you need to run to start that project. So let's get started. So let me open my project in the Visual Studio Code. So let me navigate to my folder and open it in the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so inside this you can see we having the public folder and all the node modules. We no need to go through all these things. And if you go to the public folder, you're having the index.html, and here we go. This is our root ID where our all the DOM elements it's get to be loaded into it. And then if you go to the source folder, you can find the components which is getting loaded into the project. So index.js, that's our main component where it's loading all the functional and class component into it. That means our child component into it. And what we need to do here is, I don't need all these kinds of things inside it. So let's start our deployment server and see what's happening in this project initially. So let me open my integrated terminal. It's taking a while. Come on. Okay, so let me run the command to start your deployment server, npm run start. So this will start your deployment server in the port number localhost 300. It will load your project, and this is how our React project will initially looks like. So we don't want all these stuff inside our project, so let me stop it for now, and then let me close it. And here we don't need this header and all those things. Let me delete it. And we don't need this logo because we are not going to use it. And after that, what we need to do is we just need to remove everything inside your app.css, just like this. Leave it empty. Okay, so let's see our project first. So how it looks like, you can see here it's having three main sections. That means your left menu and the middle menu and the middle container and the right side menu. So let's start with our menu. It's actually our entire website is divided into three main divisions. So let's start with the left menu. Okay, So we'll create all these things first. So inside this app.css, inside the app.css, what we are going to do, we are going to create three main components. That's for your left, middle, and right. Okay, so I'll create a new folder called components. Okay, where we are going to keep all our components, child components, inside this folder, and I'm going to create one more file called styles.css. Not style, sorry, styles, just styles. Inside this folder we are going to keep all our CSS files. Now inside this component we need to create left menu and middle, like we need to create this main container and this right menu. So let's create three files: left menu.js, and we need main container.js, and we need right menu.js. Okay, so for work much faster with React, you need to install this React snippets. If you search for React in the VS extension, you can find this ES7 Redux snippets, which is really useful, and you can work much faster in React Native. And for formatting your code, I used to prefer this Prettier. It's really nice, which helps you to format your code, and which is really needed when you're working with this much big project. Okay, so go ahead and install these two extension, which is really comes handy when you're writing the code for your projects. And let me say RFCE, so that will create this component function component. So I'm a guy which I used to prefer the named component, so let me remove it, this default, and I use it a named component. Okay, so that's really helpful when you're importing it. Instead of exporting as a default component, let's use the named component. Okay, so this will convert this default into a named component. Just delete this default and wrap it inside this curly brackets. That will create a named component. Okay, now we all need to import all these three main components into our app.js, because this is the JS file which is get loaded into our index. So let's get started with it. What I need to do is all we have to do, we just load it first. Let me type left menu. Even if it is, when you're typing it, it will automatically shows that component from your components folder. In some cases it will not shown over here, and if I press tab, it will automatically import that component over here. If it is not showing for you, you don't need to worry about it. You just need to import it manually. Import that component name from that folder back what you're having. Then what you need to do, the same way I need to load main container, and in the same way I need to load right menu. So now all these three menus are get loaded, and if you have a look at it, so we having on image at its background, and it's like having a nice blur effect over it. So don't worry about it, we can go, or we'll see how to do that and everything briefly. Okay, for that I need to have a class called background. Okay, inside this class I'm going to load all these images, and I'm already having all the necessary images for this video. I'm having all the images over here, so you can use your own image, or you can download the same image from the description box which I given in the description. You can download all these images from there. So let me copy this folder and drag it into our project folder, into the source. So now we are having all the images inside our project, so that I can use it inside them. Okay, so now let me open the app.css and start writing the code. Save it, and let's start the terminal. Let's start our deployment server, npm run start. So it gets started. It take a while and it gets started. and here we go. So I'll close this. So now there is nothing so far, don't worry. Now I'll close this, we don't need it anymore. If it is any error is coming, we can open it again. So in the app.css, first what we need to do is we need to fix this width and height and everything, so that we can so that we can make the width and height for the body tag. So before moving to that, what we need to do is open up your index.js, and you can see index.js, it's having what are the fonts you need to use inside your project. And if you're okay with these default fonts and everything, you can go with this default fonts. If you want to install the custom fonts, what you can do, you can import the Google fonts from directly from their official website, or you can use this extension called Google Fonts, which is really useful. You can just install it and you can search for the Google font. Either you can link it or you can import it to your CSS. That will directly add that link to your CSS file or your HTML file. Okay, so now I'm okay with this default fonts. I'm not going to use like any other external font styles, anything. I'm just okay with this. So what we need to do is, just like initially, all the HTML, like initially the HTML tag has its some margin and padding effect, so I'm just going to remove that margin and padding and box sizing as a border box. Okay, then what we need to do, like every single element inside the body tag, I don't want the scroll bar, so WebKit scroll bar display none. Why I'm doing this is because if you have a look at it, see it's scrolling, but we can't see that scroll bar over here. So even if you want to have the scroll bar, you can have the scroll bar, so you can write the separate CSS for it, but I am not prefer to have a scroll bar for this project, so I'm removed it. And over here also, see, I don't want the scroll bar, so I just removed it. Then this will make sure that whatever this, even if the scroll bar is coming, it will remove that display. Okay, so now so far our index.js CSS is done. So let me close it, and now open up your app.css. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to make sure that app.css is covering the entire screen. So we need to fix the width and height for it. Width is 100% and height is 100 VH. Okay, and the position is a relative position. Okay, after that we need to make sure the overflow is completely hidden. Okay, and then display flex. So I am keeping the display flexes because here we are having three different divisions. So when you're creating it, initially it will take as an column wise, so we need to bring up all these three divisions in a single row. That's why we are using the display flex. Okay, now what we have to do, we need to load this background image. So I'm having a nice image for it, where it is image folder. So this is that background image. We are going to load this image at the background, and we are going to have some filter effect for it. So where it is app.css, copy this one and dot background. So this is going to be the position absolute. So it will take the absolute position for its parent element, which has the relative tag. By default your body tag is relative, so make sure that you add this position relative, so it should always refer to this app. Then it should be in the top 0 and left 0, so that it exactly start from this top left corner. Then I'm not going to for what is the width and height, I'm just going to make sure right 0 and bottom 0. So this will always in the top, right and bottom, and all the three corners, it will stretch according to that. Then I'm going to load a background image. I'm going to load the image through using background by using this URL. So our file which is inside, like you can say /images background.jpg. That's our file. It will load our image, and see, it's loaded our image, but our image is not perfectly in the center and it's not using the complete image. So that what we are going to do is, I don't want to repeat our image, so no repeat, and it should be in the center of the screen. Okay, now our image is in the center of the screen, but still I can't see our image. So what we need to do is background size, make it as a cover, so that will cover the image completely for your screen width. Okay, then if you have a look at it, see here, our background image, it doesn't look colorful, it's having a grayscale filter. So what we need to do, filter grayscale and make it 100. Now you can see our image is just like a black and white image, and then we need to send it one layer behind, so whatever the layer which is above it, we can see it clearly, otherwise everything will become a black and white. So let's send it one layer back, -1. Okay, so now our background is done. Next what we need to do is, we need to work with our left menu. Okay, we need to work with our left menu, and you can see it's having this nice logo, search bar, and this menu, and this playlist, and also this. Okay, so let's close this one. I don't need this one anymore, so close it. And same way app also. For this left menu we need a styles. Let's create a left menu.css, left menu.css, and we have to import that one into our file. So import open the single quotes // or // navigate to the styles folder / here you need to type the CSS file name, left menu.css. Make sure you don't make any mistake, or simply copy it and paste it over here. Okay, so now what we need to do is, we need to create the body of your left menu. Okay, so first let's fix this left menu. Let me give a class name as left menu. Okay, then what we need to do here, what we having this logo container and this input box. So first we'll finish these two. So inside this, what I'm creating, I'm just creating the logo container. So dot logo container. Oops, container spelling wrong. Container. Okay, and after that what I'm having the search box. So I create a search box. So inside this logo container, what we having, inside this logo container we having an icon, 2 different icons, and one h2 tag, and here also inside this search box we having this search button, and we having this search text box. I can type something to search. Okay, so for that we need to have the React icons. So let me search React icons. So this is a really nice package to have the React like icons into your project, and it really comes up with all the available icons packages. Okay, so all you have to do, just copy it and open up your terminal and make sure that you are inside your project folder, and then install it. Click it to copy it and paste it here and hit enter. It will install it in a fraction of a second, so that once it's installed, now we can use our icons inside. You can choose whatever the icons you want to use, like bootstrap icons or box icons, whatever the icons you want to use it, and you can find it whatever the icons you, or just click it, it will copy it to your clipboard, and you can use it by importing that icon from. Copy it and paste it. That's all you need to do. Okay, and let's say it's having the Spotify and it's having this 3 dot. So let's see what we have to do. Okay, I'm just importing the icon from Font Awesome. Okay, so let's say import. Okay, so I already know what are the icons I'm going to use, or you can search it from here. For example, if I'll click the Font Awesome, and if I search for Spotify, and here we go, just click it and paste it here. It will import that from React icons and from font awesome. Okay, after along with this we need to import this 3 dotted icon also, so I need to have like for ellipses, so this is an icon name. Okay, or you can search from here by using that, so I used to prefer to type instead of searching over there. Then what we have to do inside this logo container, we need to load that icon. So I for Spotify, it will load it. After this we need to have hashtag and name it as Spotify, and after that we need to have that icon which is for ellipses. Okay, now let's see everything is loaded properly or not. I think everything is loaded over here. We can see it, and our icon, everything is there. It's loaded perfectly. So before moving into it, first we'll fix the left menu, then we'll start writing the rest of the things. So dot left menu. Okay, so let's see what we have to do in the left menu first. So first we need to fix the width for the left menu, and we need to fix the height and background color, everything. So let's go with the width 240 pixels, and let's say height as 100% screen, whatever it is, and we should make sure it always takes the minimum height as 100 VH. It should not come less than that. Okay, and background color, it's going to be RGBA, and I'm going to give 34, and alpha level as 0.6, and let's see, we have this nice background color and a perfect size for your left side menu. Then what we need to do is, and if you see here behind that menu, you can see that that image is having nice blur effect. So for that, what I need to do is I just need to use the backdrop filter and add this blur effect and give how many pixels you want, 10 pixels, and now you can see it's having that nice background blur effect. Okay, then what we have to do, we have to write the padding 25 pixels and 30 pixels. That means in the left and right 25 pixels, and top and bottom 30 pixels. Now you can see it's having this, now you can see that content much better now. And make sure overflow hidden. Why I'm making overflow hidden is because when it comes to small screen, it will start to shrink it, so we don't need to see this menu name, everything, so it just displays these icons. So for that purpose only we are making it overflow hidden. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some transition effects. Okay, transitions all 0.3 seconds ease. Okay, now it's good so far. So after this, what we need to do, we need to start writing the styles for these things. Okay, where we are, copy this logo container and let's target that logo container, left menu dot logo container. Okay, so first of all, what we need to do, we need to fix this color because it's not visible. So color hash f1. Okay, now you can see them clearly. We need to bring it up in the same line, so display flex. Now they are in the same line and they should align perfectly. So align items center. Now they are aligned perfectly in a straight line. Then we need to make them show adjust the space between them easily. So justify the content space between. Now you can see they divide the space between them perfectly. Then what I have to do is, all I have to do is just to increase their font size. Yep. So what I can do, I can target this copy it, and I can target the icon specifically, icon, and font size, let's say I can say 20 pixels. I think that's too small, so 30. Yeah, 30 pixels is enough. But see, it's also increasing this icon also. So what I can do is I'll copy this, and I'll use the nth child, and I target the second child which is inside that division, and I make sure the font size of it is 20 pixels. It's not reducing, and I'll make it as important. Still is not reducing. Why? Nth child is not working over there. First one is reduced. Second, no, nth, I think third child, yes. So it's actually, it's not taking the type of this element, it's taking the child element, like 1 2. So this is 1 2 3. If you want to target the same type of it, then you need to use nth type of child. If you're using this nth, where it is nth type, okay, let me search for it. nth of type, see this one. If you're using this same nth of type, that will target that same type. Now you can see it's targeting the second child, because we have two icon and it's targeting that second child. Okay, so now we are okay with it. Okay, we are okay with it. That's looking perfect, and you can see this length is a little bit low. Okay, let's increase a little bit bigger. Yeah, I think that's good, and you can see that the transition is pretty awesome. So then what we need to do, we need to move on to our search box, and you can see that text is a little bit smaller, and here it's too big. So let me copy it, and I target that h2 tag specifically, and make that font size as 20 pixels. That's, I think, more than enough. After that, what we need to do, we need to target our search box. So dot search box. Before moving into the search box, you can say like what you want to keep it inside the search box. So I need to keep, let me split the screen so that I can see the styles along with that. Okay, I can see the styles, and I can see that HTML tags also. Okay, inside this this search box, we need to keep two things. One is our input tag, and that's type is going to be text type, and the placeholder, it's going to be search. Okay, and after this, what we need to do, we need to keep an icon. Okay, and for search, I'm not going to use the font awesome. I'm going to use this what is that, box icon. I'm going to use the box icon. So import bi search from React icons and bi. Okay, nothing will be imported, and you can say bi search alt. Okay, and that will gives you a nice search icon. If you have a look at it, it's currently, because of that color, you can't see it. Later we can change the color, then you can see them clearly. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to target the width first. Search box should always take the width 100%, and height, it should take only 45 pixels. Okay, so let me check the background color now. Background, let's give a color and we can see how it looks like. This is how it looks. Okay, let me close this color, we don't need it anymore, and make sure it's using the position relative, and from the margin top it should take 20 pixels. Now it's moved a little bit down. Then what we need to do, let me give the background color until we finish it. So you can see that distance between this and this. After here, the text color, let's change the text color first. 848484. Okay, now you can see that somehow. Then make sure that overflow is hidden, because this text box should not come outside of this box area. Then border radius as a 10 pixel, like this. Okay, that's more than enough. Then what we need to do, we need to target this input box which is inside this element, input box, and width, it should take the 100% width. Now you can see it's taking the 100% of that width, and height, it should take 100% of it. Now you can see it's taking the 100%, and the icon is pushed outside of this box because of this input tag. It's taking 100%, and later I'll show you how to adjust it. Then I need to remove some outline and border of this input tag. See, it's having this border and all those things. I need to remove it. Outline none, border none. Then we need to change the background color. I don't want that white background, so I'll change the background to RGBA 000 black color and the alpha level of 5. Now you can see this purple. I'll remove that background. Now you can see it's having this nice background, and let me add some shadow effect for this also. So box shadow, 0 pixels and 0 pixels in X and Y axis, and 20 pixel as a blur effect, and RGBA 0.4. and now that box is having nice shadow effect. Okay, then what we need to do is I need to move this content a little bit further from the left side so that I can place the icon over there. So what I need to do, I need to padding. So overall padding, like I can keep the padding left 45 pixels, that you have this nice space over there. Then what you can do, you can change the color of the text. Why we are changing color, it's because if you're typing something you can't see anything, so we need to change the color first. Now I can see the text, and let me increase the font size of it a little bit. Font size to 14 pixel, I think that's enough. Yeah, that's enough. And let's make and increase the font weight and make it bold. Now you can see them clearly. And what we need to do, letter spacing, that's more than enough, so leave it as it is. So after this, still that icon is not available over there, we need to bring that icon over here. So we can target it by using, let's give a class name, search icon, target that search icon. Okay, so you can target that direct input element itself. Okay, or you can target, or you can write it by using a specific classes. Okay, we need to make it position as an absolute. While making it absolute, make sure that you are already given a position relative for your search box, so that that icon will be only inside this search box. And make sure, let's change the color, color hash 848484. Still it's not there because we need to place the position top 0 and left 0. Okay, so still we can't see. Why I can't see it? Let me check. where that icon is. It should come to the top position now. Problem is styles are not applying. Why these styles are not applying? Are we making any mistakes? Class name dot search icon only. Oh my god, it's not inside the input. That's why it's inside the search box. That's why it's not affecting. See, now you can see that icon over here. Then what we need to do, we need to make the width 45 pixels, just like the same 45 pixels what we had over here. Then height 45 pixels, and if you have the background color like this, then you can see it's taking perfectly that space over there. After that, what we need to do, we need to bring it to the center. Text align center, that will bring it to the center in horizontally, and vertically we need to bring it center by increasing the line height to 45 pixels. That will bring the content perfectly in the center. Then I'll increase the font size as, let's say, 20 pixels. That's more than enough. And remove this background color, we don't need it anymore. Here we go, we have that icon placed perfectly where we wanted it. Then we need to move on to this menu container. Okay, so you can see that we are keep on repeating the same like menu with a different li tag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate component for this menu so that we don't need to repeat that li time multiple times. Okay, so what we have to do, we all just need to create now a new menu list. Okay, it creates a new menu list.js. Let's bring it up over here. We created that and RFC and use it as a named component. So change it, save the changes, and after this logo container, in the search box and right after here, we need to bring up our menu list. We need to add our menu list over there. So let's import it first so that you can use it. Okay, so what we can do now over here, what are the component needed? It need to have a title and an UL tag. Okay, so I need to send the so in some cases we need to use the same component in some other tabs or anywhere, so we need to make this component as a reusable. So let's say we can send a title and we can send an object for it. Okay, so I'm just going to create one more component called menu.js RFC, and that's going to be a menu named component. And inside this menu list, we are going to have the multiple menus. What we are need to have, just like this icon and this li tag, we'll create it later. First we'll fix the menu, and we'll load that menu over here. Okay, and this menu, it's going to have the two props, and props is nothing but a property for your component, so don't worry about this now, we'll fix it later. Now let's go to your menu list.js. So as I said, this menu list.js, it's going to have the list of li tag which we are going to use it inside it. So just like this, home and discover, radio, and all those things. So I'm just going to create, let me delete everything, we don't need it. So first what I need to do, I'm going to import all the icons which is we needed for it. So import, I'm going to import 3 different icons from react icons / bs, that means bootstrap icons. I'll copy it and then I'll paste it 3 times, and I'm going to use font awesome, and I'm going to use box icons. So from the bs icons, what I'm going to use fill house, bs fill house fill, and bs journal album, these 2 icons. And from font item, I'm going to use bi pulse, not font also, not, that's from bootstrap box icons, pulse. And from fonts awesome, I'm going to use FA broadcast tower and the FA microphone alt and FA podcast. These are the icons we needed. We have all the necessary icons we needed. Then what we need to do, we need to create the menu list. Const menu list, it's going to be an array of objects, and inside this we need to create the ID. Let's say ID is 1, and the icon source, we are going to use the icon as bs fill house. Then I'm going to name that menu as home menu. So like this, we need to create 6 more objects. Okay, so I'll copy and paste 6. So change the number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then change the icons. This is going to be let's say discover, and next one is going to be broadcast tower. Copy it, and that's going to be radio, and then microphone alt, that is going to be artists, and then we need to have the journal album, and that's going to be albums, and the last one it's podcast. Copy the podcast and play it, podcast. Save the changes. So now we need to export these things. So let's say export menu list. So this will export the menu list so that we can loop through it to load it all these information over here. So this menu, okay, inside the menu, what we need to do, okay, so just give me a moment, let me load that menu. Let me open that menu. Where is it? Come on. Okay, here we go. Where it is. Okay, so now inside this menu, what are the things we need to have? We need to have the title and object. So I'll go here. We need to create 2 props. One is going to be title, and what is the title, and another one is object. Let's say menu object, that's the title. That's a second prop. So title, we can say this as a menu, and object, it's going to be this menu list. So I'm going to import that, import menu list from /menu list, and I'm going to pass this over here as a prop. Then I can read it in the menu. So I need to destructure the prop what is the first? It's going to be title and menu object. So if you are not destructuring it, you need to use as a keyword prop. So what I need to do is it will send the prop as an object. So whenever I need the title, so I need to target the title by prop dot title. So I can't go every time like this prop dot. So I'm just destructuring it so that I can use it directly inside the component. Then what we need to do is you need to name this main division first. Let's say class name, it's going to be menu container. Then inside this menu container, as I said, we are going to have this name and we are going to have this UL tag. So that paragraph tag with a class name called title, and we are going to use that prop over here as so title, and we are going to have the UL tag. Inside this UL tag I need the li tag, right? So in this li tag it's going to be repeated, so I'll open the phrases. Then I'm going to use this object, menu object. So conditional rendering, if that menu object has some value, I'm going for menu object dot map. So this map function will helps you to look through each and every element one by one. So li tag and use the arrow 6 function and open it. Inside this we are going to have the li tag. So li tag, so that will create the li tag, and inside this li tag we are going to have an anchor tag, and that anchor tag is going to load hash. We don't have any specific link for it so far now. And then inside this anchor tag we are going to have the icon, which is going to be from this icon, so that it's going to li dot icon. What is that object name? Where it is, icon. Okay, then it's going to have a span tag. Inside the span tag we are going to display that name and that. Okay, so we can change the name so it will get confused. Menu dot icon and menu dot name only, right? Yeah, name. Save the changes. Now it should display all the names and icons from that component. So now it's displaying everything. We having our icons and the name and everything, it's loaded perfectly. Now we just need to style it. Okay, so now this is a reusable component. All you can send different object just like this, so that you can use the same component for different purposes. Okay, so let's target now. We'll write the styles for that menu. Okay, now all we have to do, increase the margin first for this menu container. So copy this menu container and then write dot menu container. I'll add the margin space from top and bottom 15 pixels, left and right 0. So now we have this nice top and bottom space. Then what we can do is we can target this paragraph tag, and we also have the styles for it. So dot title, and that's color, it's going to be hash 8484. So now we can see it clearly. Then I need to reduce the font size to 12 pixels. That's perfect. And then font weight as bold, so I can see it clearly. Then from that I need to increase some bottom space, so margin bottom 10 pixels, so that we can have this space. And I'll transform the text to uppercase, text transform to uppercase, so everything will be in the uppercase. Now we can see it much more clearly. Okay, then what we need to do, what we have to do is we need to target this UL tag. So copy the styles, not that one, copy this, because UL is not inside this title. We don't want to do the same mistake again. So UL width, it's going to be 100% of the width, so it should take the 100% of this width. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to remove the padding if it is having any padding. Now it's removed that padding also if it is having any padding inside it. Then what we need to do, we need to target the li element which is inside that li tag. So li should, first we need to remove this awkward style, li list style as none. Okay, then we'll target the anchor tag and we'll remove that underline. We don't want that underline anymore. Anchor tag, text decoration none, and you can see it's removed that underline, and we give some color for it. So color #788484. So we can see them very clearly now, way more, much better. Then what we can do is we can add some margin space between these li tags. So margin, let's say how much we can add, 5 pixels between them, 5 pixels and 0 pixels. I think that's more than enough, because we are going to, anyway we are going to add some padding also. So with 100%. So now let's remaining, we can add the padding, so 5 pixels and 0 pixels. That's more than enough space between them. Then what we can do, we can make this position as a relative position. Okay, because anyway we need to add this when I'm clicking or when I'm hovering it, we need to have this nice background effect like this. That's we need to add it by using li before element. So we need to make sure that this li tag is the relative position. Okay, after this what we need to do, we need to target our li tag. We already made the text decoration and color, and we'll make sure this li tag is using display flex. They are in a straight line, and align the items in the center so that they are in the center position, and the font size is 16 pixels. I think that's good enough. Okay, then what we need to do, we need to target this I, that means icon, which is inside. So what is this? We don't need this. Okay, we need to target this icon which is inside it, so that it's going to be, we need to make it a little bit bigger. So font size as 18 pixel. Okay, that's good. 18 pixel is way more good. Then we need to bring up some space between it. So margin right as 15. Oops, I'm sorry. Anchor tag. Now you can see that's good, right? So we're having this nice space, and this font size and everything is working much better. Then what we need to do is, when I'm hovering it, I need to bring up some styles just like over here, right? So for that, what I need to do is, first I need to bring up the before element for it. So copy it and create a before pseudo element. So this is going to be position absolute, and make sure the content as an empty, otherwise it will not load over there. So top 0. Okay, and width, it's going to be, you can say what width we can give. We can give width as 5 pixels, and height, it's going to be 100% height. And the background color, and that color we can copy it from here. So I'll copy the color code from here, click it, so that will gives me the color. Copy it and paste it over here. Okay, and we can see, here we go, we have this nice background, and we'll add some border radius for this. Border radius, we can say 5 pixel. That's good. Now we need to move it a little bit backwards, so left, let's say minus 15 pixels. That's way too small. What we can do, we can open the inspect element and adjust with it. Let's see. We needed it exactly over that, so minus 30 pixel, I think so. It's pretty much good. Or what we can do, we can reduce this padding effect. I think it's too much padding for it. We can say 15 pixels for it. Yeah, that's good enough. So what we can do, we'll reduce the padding effect for our main thing, 15 pixels, and we'll make it 20 pixels. That's good enough. Now we can see the style is perfectly applied over the left side. Okay, because we don't need that much space in the left and right, so this is perfect. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, now it's showing this style for every li. I need to display it only when I'm hovering it, so I'll make the width at 0. Now it's gone. When I'm hovering this li, we need to hover first, so hover. When I'm hovering it, I need to bring up that before event. So width is 5 pixels. Now let's see. See, it's coming, but it's coming very instantly. So what we need to do, we need to add some transition effects. So transition 0.3 seconds. There we go. We have the nice transition effects. Okay, so after this, what we need to do is, we need to do the same thing. When I'm hovering it, I need to increase the color, text color of this thing. So what I need to do, I'll copy this one, and then I add the hover effect for this. So color hash F1, and the same thing, transition, it's going to be 0.3 seconds. See, it's working perfect. Then what we need to do, I need to add the active style also. If this current li is active, I need to maintain this style. Well, because when I'm moving my mouse, it's not working. So what we need to do, we need to add the active class. So we need to apply the same styles if it's having the active. So I'll copy it and I paste it. Okay, if the li dot active, instead of hover, we are just going to have active. If li dot active, so please make sure that you have this this without any space, because it's not inside this li tag. It's going to be the class which is added over here. Okay, so copy this one also and paste it, and change dot active hover. No, we don't need the hover, so dot active. Okay, so why we return this classes, let's check. So if that li is active, for instance, so let's add the class for it. Class, if that li tag is having this class as active, and see, that will remain. That's why we added that. So we are just going to toggle this whenever I'm clicking for this li tag, I'm just going to toggle it. So for that, how we can do it, we are going to use the use effect. So use effect is a React hook. Use effect is a React hook. It will be executed whenever your object is getting rendered, it will be executed. It will be executed every single time whenever your component is rendered. So we are going to use that use effect. So inside this use effect you can write a normal JavaScript, so that normal ES6 JavaScript, so that it's really useful. This React hook is really useful when you want to write an external ES6 JavaScript. Okay, so for that all I need to do, just enter after your function component and use effect, open it. So this use effect is going to take a function, and that function is going to take two different parameters. An ex6 function, it's going to take two different parameter. One is your function, and then another one is it's an array. Okay, if you don't, this array is an optional. If you don't pass this array, this use effect will be executed every single time whenever a single changes happen to the component. If you're passing an empty array, it will executed only at the time, for only one time, when for the first time it's getting rendered, it will get executed. After that it will not execute it. That's why I'm passing an empty array to it. I need to execute it only one time and the page gets loaded. Okay, and inside this we need to fetch all the li tag first from here. So for that I'm going to get const all li, and inside this equals document. From the document we are going to select query selector, or not comma, it's a dot, query selector. I'm going to give this menu container dot menu container. Inside this we having that UL tag. Okay, so let me expand it for now a little bit so that you can see clearly. Menu container, inside this menu container we having this UL tag, and inside that thing we having all the, we need to select all the li tag from it. Okay, so that will select all the li tag. After this what we need to do is we need to create a function. Okay, why we need to create a function? So first I'll say that. So inside that all, so if you console log it, console.log all li, so you need to see all the li tag inside your console menu. Now see, we having all the li tag, all the li modules. See, so don't worry about this module, because this warnings, these are nothing but these are coming from your href, because we never given a proper valid link for this href. We simply given as a hash. In case if you are having a different link for it, you just need to create a one more component called for reference, and use that reference over here. That will navigate to that particular thing. Okay, so that's why it's showing that warning. Now that node more, it's loaded that complete list, so I'll not need this anymore. I'll close it. Then what I need to do, I need to add a listener event for each and every li tag which is inside it. So all li for each of them, let's say n element inside it, I'm going to add an event for it, for that particular element. So n dot add event listener. What kind of event listener we are going to add? Click event, comma, and I'm going to create a function called change. We need to change that menu active. So change menu active. This is the function, but this function is not yet created, so we need to create that function. So right after here, so function, I'll paste that function here and create an empty function. Okay, inside this, as usual, what I'm going to do, all li dot for each, inside that nth element. So in this I'm going to remove for each element. First I'm going to remove that active class. So class list dot remove. It doesn't matter which one is having. First I'm going to remove it every single time. Whenever I'm clicking it, it gets removed. Okay, and after this, once it's get removed, I'm just going to add the class list again for that element which I clicked. So that's why I'm using the this will represent the current instance where it gets clicked. So I'm going to add the class called active for it, and make sure this active class over here and here it's exactly same. Now let's verify whether it is working fine or not. If I click it, it should work. See, it's working. If I click here, it will remove that one and it's add the active over here. So our active is perfectly working fine now. Okay, now this is done. Next, what we need to do, I hope we completed the menu section now. Then we can move on to the playlist. Now we just need to create the playlist. Okay, so let's create a new component called menu playlist. So we can't use the same component because this is different. Why? Because it's having this scroll and it's having this two different icons, and here we're having three different components, so we can't use it. So we need to create a new one for our playlist. So inside the playlist, what are the informations we need to have? So just a moment. Where is that playlist? Just a moment, let me open it. Come on. Where it is? It's a track list. Okay, so I opened it now. Okay, so over here let's create RFC and we'll name it as a named component. Here we go. Then we just use it inside it, where we don't need this menu.js anymore and menu list.js. And inside this, after this menu, what we have to do is we just need to import it. Okay, so menu playlist, that will import that file over here and make sure that it's imported perfectly. Okay, so it's imported. Then we need to write the styles which is inside the menu.list. Let's see what we have here. First we need to bring up this container, top container, and we're having this like a playlist. So let me name this division as, we can name that division as a playlist container. Playlist container. And inside this playlist container we are going to have one. First we are going to have that name container, that which one is the top, and next one we are going to have the playlist scroll, playlist scroll container. Okay, this and this. Now inside this name container, as I said, we're having one is that name and an icon. So for that playlist, and then it's having the icon also. So icon, for this we need to import icon. So import from React icons font awesome. What icon I'm going to use? I'm going to use far plus, and we'll use it here. Far plus. Oops. Far plus. Okay, let's see whether it is loaded or not. Yes, it's loaded. Okay, now we need to write the styles for it. Let's write the styles for it. So first let's write the styles for the playlist container, for this entire container over here. So playlist container, and scroll it down and write it over here. Okay, so for that playlist container, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to add the cursor as a pointer. Okay, the margin space, everything is looking good enough. Even if you want to add a little bit more margin space, you can add a little bit more margin space for it. Okay, anyway, we'll add some margin space, 15 pixels top and bottom. I think that's more than enough. I think the style is not applicable over here, so import. We need to import this styles over here. Let's say let me check whether it is loading or not, because it's a child component only. Yeah, it's loaded. No worries, because it's a child component which is inside the left menu, so it will already, the styles is loaded to your parent component, so it will take the styles, so we don't need to import it again, so we don't need to worry about it. It's working fine. Then what we need to do, we need to target the name container inside it, so dot playlist container and dot name container, and that's going to use the display flux, so that will brings everything in the same line. Then we need to spread it out, so justify content space between, so they will share the space between them perfectly. Then they should align vertically center, align items center. Now they will align perfectly. Then let's change their color hash 8484 like this. Then I'll change from the margin bottom of it, I need to increase a little bit space between them, so 10 pixels. After this I need some space, so I'm giving 10 pixels. Now I can target this specific paragraph tag inside it. Paragraph tag font size is going to be 12 pixels. Okay, and then text transform, I think these, where it is, this menu title, I think this menu title and this one are same only, so I'll just copy it instead of writing it again, so I can give it, use the same styles for it, so I'll give it over here. That's perfect. But why it's taking this margin bottom again? Because here it's having margin bottom, so we can't use it. Okay, so I'll write it separately itself. No worries. No worries, we'll keep it separately itself. Font size 12 pixels, text transform uppercase, and font weight as a bold. Yep, perfect. Then we need to target this icon which is inside that name container. Target that icon. Okay, then cursor as a pointer, and the color, it's going to be white color. Here we go, we can see it much clearer. Then what we need to do, we need to write the styles which is inside the scroll container. Okay, so inside the scroll, what we are going to have, what is the information, so you need to keep inside the scroll. Okay, so for scroll, what we need to do, I'm having I need to create a separate playlist, just like what we did for the menu. So we just need to create a one more JS file, and that is going to be playlist.js. Okay, so that's, it's going to be the playlist, and if you have a look at it, we just need to change the name, but this icon and this one, it's remaining the same. Okay, actually I think we missed one information in our menu. What I missed is, I think we failed to give a key for it, because it should always maintain a unique key, otherwise it throws an error. See, it's throwing an error. Each child in a list should have a unique key, otherwise it can't track which ID. So we need to give a key for it, so we don't have that unwanted error. That key, it's going to be menu dot id. Okay, so now we don't have that error even if you're checking it. Let me close it and refresh it again, and you can see we don't have that error anymore. Okay, because now this every element take the unique key. Okay, so change that changes over there, and let's open this playlist and we'll create the custom list for it. So const playlist equals, just like usual, id :1, and the name, it's going to be, what is the name of that? It's going to be top hit 2021. Then second one, I'll copy it and oops, I'll paste it 2 3 4 5 6 times. Okay, and then let me remove all these things so that I can type the name one by one. ID, it's going to be 2 3 4 5 and 6, and inside here it's going to be the second one, it's going to be dance. Third one, it's going to be relaxing music, and fourth one, it's going to be instrumental, and fifth one, it's going to be hip hop, and last one is going to be workout music. Save the changes and let's export these things. Export as a playlist. Okay, now we don't need to worry about this. Let's close it and we will look through it inside it over here. Okay, so just like how we did it in our menu, we are just going to look through it. So open it, and I'm just going to import that menu list over here. Import playlist from /playlists. Okay, save the changes and let's loop through it here. So playlist conditional rendering only if that has a specific object, and dot map. Okay, inside this what we have to do is we need to create that list. So before moving it, first itself loading all the data, what we can do is first we'll write the styles, then we can load it, so that makes sense. Okay, so inside this division what we having 3 different things, 2 different icons and that name. Okay, so let's load it over here. So first what we need to do, we need to load the list icon. So I'll import the icons from here. Let's say I'll import the bootstrap icons for now. I'll copy it and I paste it over here, and I change this to BS, and I change this icons to BS. Let's say music note list, then let's say BS trash. Okay, so I need to import that icon here now. BS music note list. That's the thing we already imported. Then after this, what we need to do, we need to have a paragraph, and that's going to have some sample name in it. Later we can change it, and inside this we are going to load the trash icon. So vs trash, and let's give a class name for it. Class name, it's going to be list, and this class name, it's going to be trash. Okay, now how it looks like this. So let's write some styles for it. Okay, first what we need to do, we need to write the styles for our main playlist rows. Copy it, and dot playlist container dot playlist scroll. So height of this, it's going to be 140 pixel, that entire height. It should not take beyond that. So background color, I'll say background, and if I give red or something red, and you can see it should not take beyond that, because here I need to keep this nice track list player. So we can increase it a little bit, maybe if you want, let's say 160. I think that's more than enough. Okay, so I'll go with 140. Let's see later in future, if you want to increase, we can increase it. So I don't need this background color anymore. And overflow not complete in X, overflow X should be hidden. It should not come outside of, but overflow Y, it should be scroll. Okay, it should scroll. It doesn't gives you that scroll bar because we hidden it in our main file, so that's why. Then position relative, then we'll target the elements which is inside it. So please what we can do is because I think we need to wrap this thing is also inside a division, because later we need to loop through it. That if it is an division, it's really easy, because we need to loop through the same style, just like this li tag repeatedly. So I'll just create a one more division which is inside it. So let's say dot playlist, and we'll bring up everything into that divisions, just like this. Okay, so and after this, if I want to loop through it, I just loop this particular division again and again. Okay, that's perfect. So copy this, and over here dot playlist. For this, what you need to do is we need to bring up everything in a single line which is inside that division. So absolutely display flex, now everything will be in the single line. Then we'll change the color of it, color hash 848484, so that I can see them clearly now. Okay, then align the items in the center, and then justify the content space between. Here we go. So this is perfect now. Okay, so after this, what we need to do, but see here, it's not like that way. If you're giving it, it's too much of space between it. So what I need to do is, instead of doing the justify the content space between, I'll go with it a different way. Okay, inside this playlist, what we're having, we're having the list. So I'll target the list first. That means the icon. Okay, instead of targeting a single element, I'll target through icon, and let's say font size 18 pixels, so that will target both of them. Okay, then I'll copy this and I paste it here, and then now I need to target that particular element. So for this I'm just going to add margin right 10 pixels, margin right 10 pixels, no 15 pixels. That's perfect, 15 pixels. Then I'll target this trash can, and that margin left, it's going to be auto for it, so that it will always maintain in the bottom of the screen. Sorry, not in the bottom, in the right side of the screen. Okay, so that creates an exact same style just like this. Perfect, right? Then what we need to do, we need to write these styles for our paragraph tag. Is it okay? I think the paragraph tag is pretty awesome now, so we don't need to change anything. Okay, we'll say copy this and write the styles for your paragraph tag. Font size, it should take only 16 pixels, and then text overflow should not happen. Hidden, not hidden, it should take ellipsis. So what is the ellipsis is, in such case if the text overflow is happening, so if case you are having a huge text here, text something, this is assume this is a overflowing text. So what I need to do, instead of overflowing it, I need to add this like dot. Okay, for that purpose only we are adding this text overflow ellipsis, so it will not overflow that text. Then what we need to do, we need to avoid the overflow. Hidden and display inline. Okay, nothing happens because the text is not overflowing. Then what we have to do now, we just loop through it. So after here, what we can do, we can loop through it, open it, and then copy this playlist, render it by adding conditional render dot map, open the bracket, and let's say list, and open a normal bracket. Inside this I'll bring up this division inside it. Okay, so now if you have a look at it, see, we're having that it's not scrolling because it's scrolling, but we need to increase the space between them a little bit so that we can see how the scrolling effects and everything is working. So how we can increase the scrolling effect? All we have to do, we have to add the margin for your playlist right over here. Margin, let's say 10 pixels and 0. That's good. See, now we're having that nice and scrolling effect over here. Okay, so it's not hiding the content and it's perfectly scrolling. Okay, we done that. We finish so far we are going to complete the main left menu, then the last one, this one, this section, that's a track list section. So we finish the menu list, close it. Then after this, what we need to do, we need to have that track list. So for that I'm just going to create one more component called track list.js. Okay, so why we are creating the track list as a separate one is because later whenever we are clicking it, you need to change this, you need to send the song object to it so that it should perform according to that. That's why we are creating as a separate component, otherwise we can keep it inside this left menu itself. So I'll just create as RC and I'll make it as a named component instead of default component. Then what we can do, we can give a name for this and we have to import it over here first. So track list slash, and make sure it's coming from our track list. Okay, it's coming from our track list only. Okay, then division. So this division, it's for our main track list. So let's say class name as a track. Oh, come on, track list. Okay, inside this track list, what we have? We having on image, that means we having two components, sorry, two divisions, image and a name, and these input ranges and all those things. Let's see how to do that. Okay, so first what we need to do, we need to create a top section, let's say top, and another one, let's say bottom. And inside this top section we having an image. Okay, and we having a paragraph tag. In that paragraph tag you can say like what's the track name and what is the like artist name, something like that. So let's say I'm just giving a sample name so for now, and the span tag I'll just give the artist, I just give artist, something like that. Then in the bottom section what we having, we having this speaker icon, and we having this music note, and we having this PC icon. Okay, let's see how we can do it. We can, let's import the font icons first. What are the icons we are going to use? So we import it. So import when the empty icon from react icons slash bs bootstrap icons, and we have to use font awesome to font awesome. So what are the icons I'm going to import from bootstrap is like volume up fill. So bs volume, not column, volume up fill, fill volume up fill, and bs music note list. And from font awesome I'm going to import for desktop. These are icons, so let's load it. Let's say bs fill volume up fill, and then we need to have an input with a type of range. We don't need these two informations, so let's delete it. And we have to have an icon, and that's going to be bs music of music note list. Then we need to have the icon desktop. Let's see everything is loaded perfectly or not. So for our range is loaded everything perfectly, and then image is missing because we don't loaded that image. So let me bring up that track image, this particular image. Okay, so I'll load that image, import, and give a name as a track from /img track.png track.png. It's loaded. Now we don't need to minimize it, and over here load that object. That's all you need to do. That will load that object over here. No worry, we'll fix that one. Okay, now first we have to target this track list. We'll write the styles for the track list, then we can go for every single element one by one. So target the track list. Okay, so track list, inside the track list we can say we'll fix that image so that only we can see it clearly. So inside it we're having the top section, and we're having the image, and that image is going to use only the 50 pixels. Okay, it should be important in all the cases. So 50 pixels. Now we can target it one by one. So target this track list now. So I need to have a border over here, so I'm just going to have a border top. let's say 1 pixels solid RGBA 25 25 25. That means the white color, and the alpha level is going to be 0.1 percentage. Now we have that nice border effect. Then we need to move it from the padding top a little bit, like let's say 20 pixels. That's perfect. And then what we need to do, we need to target the top section. Let's say display flex. Okay, now it's perfect. Then align the items center. Let's align the item center. Perfect. Then what we need to do, inside this top we already done with the image. Then we having the paragraph tag. That paragraph tag, that should have some space from your image, so margin left 15 pixels. That's perfect, I think so. Then, and the color of this is going to be hash F1 F1 F1. Perfect. Okay, and then font size, it should be 14 pixels only, 14 pixels. After this, inside this paragraph tag we having a span tag, and that span tag should display block. That will make it to take make sure to take the complete available space or complete space inside that section. Then font size should be only 12 pixels, and the color, it should be, let's say, color as hash 848484. That's perfect. I think I need to reduce this margin a little bit. That's enough. And then instead of directly using these things, we can write a name for it. Let's say class list. Class name is equals to frac name, and for the span tag you can say class name is equals track span. Instead of this paragraph tag you can use it, and instead of this still working as the same. Okay, so naming, it's really important, because the same like this structure we can use it again and again in the upcoming modules, my upcoming component, but we need to have a different style, so sometimes it will affect that one, so it's better to have a different name for it. Okay, now we'll focus on the bottom section. Now copy this bottom section, and inside the track list we having the bottom section, and first we'll make it as a display flex first. They're already in a straight line only, and align item center. Okay, and justify the content space between. Now they arranged it perfectly. Then margin top, I need some space, so margin top, let's say 20 pixels. Perfect. And color of it hash 848484. Perfect. After that, what we need to do, we need to target the icons which is inside the of it. Icon font size, let's say 18 pixels. That's good, I think so. Then we add the hover effect for it. Hover, we'll change the color on hover F1 F1, and we'll add the transition effect 0.3 seconds, and we'll change the cursor to point. Perfect. I think we don't add the hover effect for this, so let's fix that one. I forgot to add the hover effect for your playlist. We need to add that hover effect. Where is that? Playlist, over it here. When I'm hovering each playlist, I need to change the color #F1 and transitions 0.3 seconds. Here we go. Now it's working fine. Okay, and here also it's working fine. Now let's fix this track just like this. Okay, so what we need to do, copy this bottom section and paste it. We need to target that input tag first. Space input. So position, relative position only. Height of it is going to be 5 pixels. Width, I don't worry about it because I'm okay with the default width. I'll remove the border, none, and I'll remove the outline, none. Now it looks like this. Then I'll make the border radius 5 pixels. That's okay. After this, what we need to do, we need to change the background color. Background RGBA 255, 255, 255 and 0.1. Okay, nothing happens because we need to remove their original appearance. So appearance, it's going to be none. Now you can see that background color. Okay, so don't worry, we'll fix it. Actually, for the modern browsers like Edge, Chrome, Safari, we need to write different, and for Microsoft, Firefox. For Firefox, it has its own ranges, has its own CSS elements to target these kinds of range inputs and all those things. So we need to write separately for your Firefox browser. So let's fix first the Chrome and Safari. Okay, so let's copy this and paste it here. We'll add the before event for it. Before, so position is going to be absolute position. Content, it's going to be none, and top left 0. And the background color, it's going to be the same color what we have here. And width, currently I'm fixing 50%. Later you need to change this style, everything according to your track time durations. That we'll do later. Height, it should take 100% of the height, and the border radius should be 10 pixels or 5 pixels. Make it sure the same thing. So here I make it the 10 pixels, and we'll make the Z index. I'll bring it to the top layer, and the transition width 250 milliseconds linear. And now we can see we have that fixed width with this nice coloring effect. We need to fix this thumb, slider thumb. Okay, for that what we have is the input. By default it has its own element. Like if you search for WebKit slider thumb, this one, WebKit slider thumb, we need to target that. So we'll make the WebKit appearance none, so that it doesn't show up this original one. After that we need to have our own one. Width 10 pixels, height 20 pixels, border radius 10 pixel, and then background color, background hash F1. So we have this nice one. So what we have to do, we need to have some border. So border 2 pixels solid. I'll make the black color like this. Okay, so then what we have to do is cursor pointer and position, relative position, and and then margin -2 pixels 000. Okay, so that it will always, whenever it's adjusting, it's always close to that particular thing. Okay, and I need to bring it to the topmost layer. So why we are bringing it to the topmost layer is, you can see it over here. See, currently that that before event is overflowing above that one, so we need to fix that. So we need to bring that thumb layer to the topmost layer. So I'll bring that thumb layer to the top of it also, z index 3. Then box sizing as a border box, then transition all 250 milliseconds or 0.3 milliseconds as a linear. Okay, that's all we need to do. Now we have that exact same style what we have over there. So this will work perfectly only for Chrome and Safari or Edge also. We need to write the same styles for Firefox now. We need to do the same styles for Firefox. Okay, so what I have to do is, Firefox has its own style, so I'll just copy it and I'll make the command as Firefox, paste it, colon. Okay, so here for the progress we having the before, but for here it has its own most progress bar. That's the thing. Instead of these things, just copy it, this one, and paste it over there. That's all you need to do. Then for the stump, it has its own element, colon moss. Thumbs range thumb is moss range thumb, not input. Copy this style and paste it over here. So that will work fine, just like the same thing in your Firefox too. Okay, so I hope we completed the left menu successfully. It's working so far, so good. And let's fix the mobile responsive too. Inspect elements. When it comes less than 550 pixels, make it 500. When it comes less than 550 pixels, I need to make sure the width it's using only, like it should use only the 60 or 70 pixels, just like here when I'm making it as a responsive. See, it's showing only this menu icons only. So what I need to do for that, let's see. So before that, I need to add some nice transition effects for this left menu. Instead of easing, I just need to have that what to say, we need to have that cubic bezier. For instance, see here, if I am adding that thing, if I'm expanding it, see, it's having that little bit bounce effect. So that's the cubic bezier. So we are going to add that one. Instead of this ease, I'm just going to add cubic bezier. So you can go and play around with this cubic bezier in their official website. So create however you want it and then just hit it. You can play around with this cubic bezier, so you can create a nice transition effects like this, and we can play around with it and just simply copy it and paste it over there. So I'm just going to use by the default, which I'm already having one, so 0.175 0.885 0.32 1.2 275. Okay, so these are the things I'm going to use for this our project currently now over here. Now let's go down, and we need to add the media tag for it. Once it stretches less than to media screen of maximum width around 550, that means 0 to 550 pixels, it should act in that way. So at media screen and max width colon 550 pixels. Oops, it's too big. Dot left menu, width it should be 64 pixels, and the minimum width it's also 64 pixels. It should not go less than that. Now you can see it looks like this. Okay, so first I need to remove this search one, so I'll just remove it. Dot left menu dot search box display none. Now we don't have that one. In the same way, now what we need to do, we need to target the track list also. So I don't want this track list also. Track list, now we don't have that track list anymore, and we don't need this playlist container also. So playlist container, we don't have it. We just need to bring up this menu icon completely. So now we target the menu. So what we have inside the menu, if you go to the menu, okay, inside the menu, what are we having? We don't need to display this span tag, right? We don't need to display that span tag. So I'll just oops and see what is the cubic bezier effect. This is that cubic bezier effect. See, it's having that nice transition effect. So what is the important thing now is we need to get that span tag, this one. We don't need this span tag to be displayed over there, so we need to come on, we need to remove that one. So I'll minimize it. Instead of minimizing, I'm just keep on closing it. So scroll down, now we'll target that one. Dot left menu dot menu container ul li anchor tag span tag display none. Now we don't have that one. Now we need to maximize it. How big we can do, we can maximize it. Okay, so what we have to do is copy this and paste it. Icon font size, it's going to be 24 pixel. That's perfect. Or 26. That's perfect. Now copy it and paste it over here. Instead of these two, we don't need these two. We need to target the li tag, and we need to add the margin. Margin 25 pixels and 0. Here we go. If I click, it's having that nice over that transition effect. And see over here, we need to mix this. We need to move this a little bit. So what I need to do is I just need to make sure that this title is always taking this margin where it is logo container, font size 20 pixels, and this h2 should always take margin left as 20 pixels. Now we can't see it. Let's see how it's looking in the main screen. Main screen, it's taking too much of things, too much of space. Okay, we'll add that thing just for our small screen. What is that style? Left menu logo container h2. So in the left menu target the logo container h2, paste that style. Now right click, inspect. Now you can see we have perfect responsive now menu, a left menu. So the same way, now we need to fix the right side menu and all the main containers. Okay, so let me open up the remaining things. So just give me a moment, let me close the screens whatever I opened in the another monitor. So let's open up only that thing. What is the error we are getting? Again the same mistake, unique key. I think we missed the unique key for our track list. Not track list, where is the playlist? Playlist, not this one. Where it is? Menu playlist. Bring it up to this side. We just missed the unique key again. For this key equals list dot id. Okay, and we not yet discuss printed that name. It's keep on displaying the sample name. We just need to bring up that list dot name. Now you can see it's displaying the different name over here. Okay, perfect. So now we don't have that error anymore. I hope so. Let's see. Expand it, clear the console, refresh it again, and make sure and verify it. Here we go. Now we don't have that error anymore. So our menu, it's completely fixed now. It's working so far, so good. Let's minimize it. And we don't need this. Let me close it. Close it, close it, close it, close it. Now what we need? We just need the main container and the right menu. So let me open up the styles for them. Main container, right menu. Okay, so let's open up the main container. Okay, so inside this main container we having multiple, just a minute, multiple divisions, and that multiple divisions should be like, yeah, here we are. We're having this banner, and we're having this list of songs, and we're having this music player, and in the right side we're having these two sections. So let's say first we need to fix the width for these two things. That's a really big problem. We need to solve them first. What we have to do? Okay, left menu is completed, so we don't need to worry about this anymore. Close it. And then track list is also completed. Close it. Menu list is completed. Close it. Close it. So bring up now the main container. Okay, and bring up the right menu, and bring up the new CSS file as main container.css, and bring up right menu.css. Now link both of them in their necessary files. Import /main container, oops, no, /styles/main container.css. That's the thing, right? Main container.css. In the same way, copy and paste in your right menu and just change the file name as right menu, right menu.css. Save the changes. Okay, and name the class name as, for the right menu, as what we have to do. Name the class name as class name as main container, and the same thing for this one as class name as right menu, and bring up this side by side screen. We don't need this in the right side. CSS here, HTML, your component in the left side. Let's fix this width first. Okay, where is that right menu value is gone? Okay, here we have two of them. So copy this main container and then start writing it, and go to right menu and then start writing it. So for now, what we have to do is we need to concentrate on their styles. So first let's write the styles for the right container. So height, it should use 100 VH, and width it should use 100 pixels. You can say background red, purple. You can see it's over here, but we need this to be in the right side. Okay, in between we don't know what will be the width, because for different screen size it will get shrinked and we can't calculate it. So I need to make sure it should grow whatever the available space, that main container space, it should grow whatever the available space. So what I will do is I'll make sure the 100 viewport point height always, okay, and it will be always in the top, and in the same way it should always be in the top, the index 1, and do the same thing for the left menu. I think we forgot to do that, and make sure this is always in the top of it. So the index on the top first. Now for this I'm just going to use, I'm not going to fix the width, so I'm just going to give the flex grow as 1 and give the background color as something different color, and you can see it grows whatever the available space, it will grows to the complete screen. Okay, and we fix that right menu as the width, so that problem will be solved. Okay, it should not grow more than that particular pixels, so that what I can make sure is I'll make the minimum width for this as 100 pixels. Okay, it will be always the 100 pixels, so later we can reduce it if you want to reduce it, but it should be 100 pixels. Okay, now we don't need this thing, so I just delete it for right menu. Then what we need to do is a right menu should have a background color, a nice background color as RGBA 34 34 34 and 0.6 like this, and I don't need the red color for this one, also remove it. Okay, like this. And then what I will do is I'll just add some backdrop filter as blur 10 pixels. Okay, and then I think it's too dark. That's perfect, I think so. Yeah, then border left 1 pixels solid RGBA 24 to 255 to 255. Oh, come on, 255 255 0.1. Now we have this nice line. Then what we need to do, so I'll just maximize it. Then transition all 0.3 seconds, cubic bezier like 0.175, 0.885, 0.32, which we already used in the left menu. So 1275. Instead of copying and pasting it, I'm just keep on typing it. Okay, that's it. Later remaining styles we'll add later. Now we'll concentrate on the main menu. Okay, So we already had maximum things. We just need to add the background. Background color is just RGBA 0.6. There we go. We have that nice background over there, and we need to add this backdrop filter just like what we had for the remaining two divisions. I'll copy this backdrop and then I'll give it over here. Now we have that nice backdrop effect. Okay, I think it's more than enough. Then we can target the next element. What is that? That transition. So I'll copy the same transition what we have over here and I paste it over there. Okay, now everything is super good. You can see everything is perfect. Just like the overall view what we had over here, we are having everything just like that. Okay, now what we need to do is, inside this main container you can see that we're having this banner. So let's create that banner first, then we can move on to the next one. So inside this I need to have that banner division. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a separate file for it. So I create a new component and I name that component as banner.js. Okay, and I'll create as a named component and I'll export as a default. Okay, perfect. We'll save this and we'll close this right menu for now because we are going to work only on main container. Okay, so now main container is ready to work. I'll import that banner here. Banner, it's perfect, it's imported now. What we have to do, just a moment, let me open my banner in the another monitor so that I can see it what I'm typing. Where it is, where are you, banner? Open it. Now inside this banner, what are the informations, what are the images we need? We need two different images, this picture and this picture. For that we already having the picture. Banner, not that one, this one, artist, this one, and this check, this one. We're having these two pictures. Let's load them first inside the banner. Okay, so here import, let's say artist from /img/ what is the picture name? Artist, oops, artist.jpg and import checkmark from /images/check.png. Okay, so I think so we should not import it in our main container. It should be inside our banner container. I'm sorry, it should be inside our banner container. So banner container should have the class name as banner. There we go, banner. Inside this banner, first we need to load that that artist image. So image, I'm not going to load it first, okay, because if I'm loading it, it looks like a too big image. See how it's looking. See, this is how it looks. So first we'll fix that height and we'll come and enable this one. Instead of hiding that, I'll make this one. Okay, now it's gone. So what I will do is I'll write these styles, I'll fix it, then I'll write for that one again. Main container, first we need to fix the height and width for your banner. Copy it, dot banner height, it should be 300 pixels, and position, it should be relative position. Inside this banner we are going to have that banner background image, or you can say whatever the class name you want. So I'll just give a class name as and that's the main banner image, so I'm just giving main banner image dot banner image. Position, absolute position, top 0, left 0, width should be 100%, height should be 100%, object fit should be cover. Okay, and then filter, it should be grayscale as 100. Now if you just enable that image, it will perfectly loaded over here. See, just like how we wanted it. Perfect. Now what we need to do is, if you have a look at this image, you can see it's having that nice background shadow effect over here. So not a shadow, it's having a light gradient background color to make sure that the text is readable. But here it's too bright. Okay, so we'll add it later. First we'll fix these two things. Top, inside this what are the things we having? Top and bottom. Let's go. So first what we need to do, we need to create the content section. We'll type the content. Inside the content we have the two different. One is for breadcrumb. This is the breadcrumb. What is in, like if it is a popular or album, whenever I click it needs to change, that's why it's a breadcrumb. And this is the like song section or artist section, whatever it is you can say. So let's say dot content. Inside this content we have two different divisions. Breadcrumb. Okay, and then inside this breadcrumb what we having on paragraph tag, and we having this icon. So let's say paragraph, that's going to be home, and I'd say span tag, and inside this span tag I'm just saying popular artists. Save the changes, and after this paragraph you need to have the icon. So I'm just going to import font awesome icon. Import from react icons /fa. What are the icons we are going to use? We are going to use for bullish, oh not that one, for ellipsis, then for headphone, then for check. These are the icons we are going to use, and here I need to load the icon for ellipsis. Oops. Okay, nothing happened. We can't see them. No worries, we'll fix that. And then after this division we need to have the artist section. Artist. Inside this artist section we having two sections. One is left and right. So dot left and dot right. Inside the left section you can say the name and another one, right? Yes. Okay, first is going to be the name section. Oops, not that one, not like that. Dot name, and then inside the name you can say we having the first h2 tag, and let's say aha. And then image, we are going to load that image. Check. Top section is completed, and then now inside that again paragraph tag. Paragraph tag we having that headphone icon. So I headphones, and after that we having that some hits, how many people listen to it, some number, and then you can see span tag. Inside the span tag, monthly listeners, save the changes, and you can see it clearly over here, monthly, not monthly listeners, and save these changes, and then it's load that one. It's not nothing you can see, but it's there. We'll fix it. Now we need to bring up these two icons that's inside the right sections in the bottom, in the artist section. Two icons with the hashtag as a reference, and one it's going to be play, and another one it's going to be have an icon, and that icon is going to be far check, and it's going to also have a text called following. We'll remove this. Okay, now we'll fix this content. We have all the things what we needed. So banner dot content. Okay, so banner dot content, that also going to be the position, absolute position, then top 0, left 0, and right 0, and bottom 0. That will covers up literally in all the corners. Now you can see all the text in between them. Okay, and as I said, here we're having some background effect, right, like a bottom effect. Here you can see it's too right, so I need to reduce at the bottom a little bit. So what I will do is I will add a background layer where this content is finishing, right after here. So after here, so I'll just add the bottom layer, copy it, and then after here dot banner dot bottom layer, I'll make that bottom layer to stick to the bottom. So like position as an absolute, and bottom 0, and left 0. Width it should be always take the 100%, and height it should take 5 or em, and the background image for that it's going to be the linear gradient, and the color it should going to be the taken the transparent. And for now I'm just giving red, and see how it's affecting there. See, it looks like this. Instead of this red color, we are just going to give the same color what we had at the background, RGBA, like, or we can give 000.9, like this. Now you can see it's having that dot background effect over there, black effect, so that I can bring this text and keep it over there. We can easily see them. Okay, that's what we are trying to do. That's why this bottom layer is meant to do. Then what we need to do, we need to target what we need to do, we need to target this content we already loaded, so we'll write the remaining text for the content. So we need to bring up some text inside it. So padding 20 pixels and 30 pixels, top and bottom, left and right. Then display flex. Okay, so display flex make them the two division as a single row. We need to keep it in the flex directions, a column only. Flex direction column, z index, make it always the top, z index 3. We're having 3 different layers in it, so this should be the top of all the 3 layers. And then what is the thing we need to do next? Then inside this content, we're having the breadcrumb, copy it, open it. Okay, So that is also going to be display. So display flex, justify the content space between, so that makes sure, here we go, we have that icon over here and we have that text over there. Okay, then align the items in the center. Now we'll change the color. Inside the breadcrumb we having this paragraph tag, and the color of the paragraph tag, it's going to be what? Okay, 848484. There we go. But we need to change the font size, everything. Font size 14 pixels, font weight 600, letter spacing 1 pixel, like this. So inside this paragraph tag we having the span tag, and that span tag color should be different. So color hash f1 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 f1, see, like this. And now let's target the bottom section, that means your artist section. Artist content, oops, dot artist. So it should margin top as auto. Now it will be always in the bottom of it, so margin top auto, and color of it hash f1 f1 f1. You can see the text color, and we'll make the display as a flex. Okay, that's good. And align items center, justify the content space between. Now you have this anchor tag in the right side. Okay, and we'll fix the name in the left section, we having that name. Okay, so name it's going to be display flex only, so that we can keep that image side by side, and align the items center, write this. And inside this name I need to target that h2 tag. Now that h2 tag font size, it's going to be 50 pixels. Now that's more than enough. And inside that name we having the image also, we need to target that image tag, and that width is going to be 30 pixel, and margin left we need to move it a little bit, so 10 pixels. So that will gives you like this. Perfect. Then we need to target this, the left. Inside the left we having the paragraph, and we need to target that paragraph, and we are making the font size as 14 pixels. There we go. And we need to target the icon which is inside it, icon, and that icon, it's going to be margin right 6 pixels. Okay, that's good. And we need to write the span tag inside this paragraph. We having the span tag. That span tag, it's going to use color hash 848484, like this. And we need some space also, so margin left 5 pixels. I think that's more than enough. Okay, now let's focus on the right side section. Content of artists of right dot right. Oops, what I did. of right. Right is as usual display flex. Flex, align the items center, just like that. Then inside this right we having the anchor tag. An anchor tag, first we'll remove the text decoration, so none. Then we'll make as a display flex and align the items center. Come on, align items center. Okay, that's good. Then what we need to do, we need to add some padding. So padding, you can say 10 pixels and 30 pixels. That's good. And we'll add some background. Okay, background color we need to change for 1 by 1 only, because two buttons, but both of them having a different styles. So font size, let's say 14 pixels. No, that's too small, so we'll make 16. That's perfect. And we'll change the color. Color has F1, F1, F1. Now I can see them. Then and margin between them is 0 pixels top and bottom, and right and left side I'll say 15 pixels. Okay, and then border radius of it as always 100 VH, show that it will gives you like this. So now I'll give, see, like this border radius. So we'll change this background color and font weight as bold and text align the center. Okay, that's perfect. And copy this, and inside this anchor tag we having the icon. We'll write for that little bit. So margin right, let's say 10 pixels, and font size let's say 14 pixels, or even 12 pixels. Oh, that's good. Then what we need to do is we need to target the nth child. Colon nth child 1. We having only 2 child in bit inside it, so nth child 1, and that nth child 1 background color, it's going to be hash. What is that background color? Click it, copy it, close it. Paste it. Copy the same thing and paste it, but instead of nth child, it's nth child 2. Nth child 2 color, it's going to be RGB A 0.3, like this. Okay, and it has some margin right space also. I'll make it 0 so that it doesn't take the margin right space 0, because we added some margin space left and right. So for the right side I'll make it as 0, and for this left one I'll make margin left as 0, so they don't take the in the left side space here and the right side space here, for that only. And then I'll add some border effect for this. Border 1 pixel solid RGBA 255 0.1 or 2. Okay, now we have that nice border effect. Okay, so when I'm hovering it, I need to bring up some shadow effect for it. So I'll copy it, hover it, hover, box shadow 0 pixels, 20 pixels, RGBA 0.4. It's not visible. Maybe 5 pixels, 10 pixels. why it's really working or not. Let me check with a different color. It's not taking the forward. Why? It's that. Any mistake? Okay, we'll figure it out later. Now let's just move on to the next one. Oops, I need to check here. I'm so dumb. I was checking in the previously done one, so I need to check it here. It is working. So it's having that nice shadow effect now. Perfect. Instead of this, make it 0, then what's happening? Okay, this is perfect. So it's having that nice shadow effect now. That's good. So then, oh, I forget this one. We need to target that icon. We need to target that icon color. Why the icon color is not coming? Content. We can see it. Make the font sizes 18 pixels. That's more than enough. And cursor. Pointer. Perfect. Now it's working. Next, what we need to do? Let's move on to next one. So we finished the banner now. So banner, it's working good. Next. Come on, what is next? We need to go back to our main container now. So we finished our banner section. Next, we need to target our menu list. This menu list. Close the banner, we don't need it anymore. So here, dot menu list, and here inside we are going to have the UL tag and a light tag, and inside it anchor tag too. Hash. Inside this anchor tag we are going to have popular. Copy it and then paste it few more times. 3 4 5. So popular we get, and for this we need to delete it and we need to write it by ourselves. Here first one, it's going to be albums, and the second one, third one is going to be songs, and then it's going to be fans, and it's going to be above. Save the changes. Here we go. We have that thing over here, and after this UL tag, what we need to have, UL tag, we're having the paragraph tag. Inside the paragraph tag we have the icon tag, and we are going to have the users. Wow. Users. That will import that one. Have user, it's imported. And after this we need to have 20.3 million and span tag. What is the followers you have? Give it. Why it's keep on creating like this? Delete it. Now there we go. That's loaded. So let's fix the styles for it. mm, where is the, just a moment, let me open up the CSS style for it. Yes, now we'll target the menu list. Oh my god. Copy it and scroll up all the way down here, and now we are going to target the main container dot menu list. Okay, or we can directly write the menu list because we are the only one menu list inside the main container. So display flex, and then align items center and justify the content space between them. Here we go. Now our content is in the top right, and we'll add some padding effects. Padding, let's say 15 pixels and 25 pixels. That's, I think, more than enough. And I'll give some background color for background, let's say #2c like this. And now inside this menu list we're having the UL tag, and that UL tag, it's going to be display flex again like this, and then align the items in the center position. And inside this UL tag we are also having the li tag. For li tag we need to make sure the list style is none, so we don't have that awkward round shape, and then margin top and bottom fix it, and then we are moving 20 pixels further. That's better. Then what we need to do, we need to make that position as a relative for the li, and inside this li tag we are having the anchor tag, and we need to remove that text decoration first, none, so we don't have that underline anymore, and we'll change the color as #848484. That's perfect. And we'll make the font size as 14 pixel, font weight as bold like this. I think that's way perfect. Then what we can do is we can write the before event for it, for the li tag. Before, oh come on, before, open it, and we'll make the position as the absolute position, and we'll make the content as nothing, and we'll make the bottom, from the bottom that should become a little bit like -20 pixel, I think so. And then left we can say 10 pixels, and then width it should be 20 pixel, and then height it should be 5 pixel, and then border radius it should be 5 pixel, and finally background color it's going to be #f1f1f1. There we go. It looks like this. Okay, it's perfect now. Okay, so I'll make this width 0 because only when I'm hovering it I need to see it. So copy this, colon hover, and then in the same way whenever the menu is active, so dot active colon hover, on the same way we need to display it. We need to display that one, so width as 20 pixel, and the transition width 0.3 seconds, cubic bezier. Where is our cubic bezier? So we need to type it again, huh? Okay, I'll type it again, no issue. 0.175, 0.885, 0.32, 1.275. Save the changes. Something is messing up. What we did, we made something wrong. Menu list, menu list, menu list. not before. Still it's making problem. Okay, first we'll fix that. Oh, I understood what's the problem. It is we don't have the before event over there. Now the problem is solved. See, and even if I'm adding the li tag for this li tag, if I'm adding a class as an active, see, now we have that active thing. Okay, so our active class is working perfectly as we expected. Now problem is we need to increase the color also. So what we have to do is we need to add the hover effect for this one also, colon hover, and in the same way instead of hover dot active, color hash f1 and the transition 0.3 seconds. There we go. We have that nice things. Color, everything is changing. It's working perfectly. Now we will target this paragraph tag. Where is inside this menu list? Paragraph tag. Color is going to be hash f1 like that, and font size is going to be 14 pixels. That's good. And then dot menu list of paragraph I, that's going to be margin right 6 pixels, and then font size 12 pixels. That's good. And then inside this paragraph we're having a span tag. Span tag should take display as a blog like this, and then I need to reduce the font size as 10 pixels. Text align center, and color I can say 848484 like this. I think that's more than enough. Okay, so we successfully created, oh, they're having like this, so we don't need to add the blog, and we'll make it a little bit bigger now. 12, I think that's enough. And margin left we can say 6 pixels. That's good. Okay, so now we having a perfect menu. So just like that, what we have to do is we need to add some, we need to change this active layer and all those things. We already did that. Where we already did in our menu, I think so. So instead of writing it again and again, I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm just going to paste it right after here, and I'm going to destructure our React component with this use effect, so we don't need it anymore. Close it. Instead of this, I'm just going to give my our menu list over here, because inside the menu list only we having this all li tag, the same all li tag save changes. Now I hope so it should work fine. It's working fine, and here also it's working fine. Perfect. So now everything is working fine. So so far we finished 50% of our design. Then the next important thing, it's our playlist, this playlist. So for the song playlist, what you have to do is either you can keep the mp3 songs in your local machine itself, or you can keep it in the cloud. So I keep all my songs and this pictures, what I'm using, everything I keep it in the cloud, and then I exported them. Okay, so these are coming from my Firebase. This is the mp3 file link, and this is the that image file link. So already I created this component called songs. Okay, I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to paste it in my project. So you can, if you want to use the same songs component, you can download it from the description box by clicking that link given below. So click it and you can download it. Okay, and then songs.js, I'm just going to place everything inside it. Okay, you can see it's having its favorite or not, song name, and who's the artist, what is the song, and what is the image link, and everything. These things are coming from my Firebase. So if you want to have a look at it, I just log in into my Firebase, go to the console, and I'm having this project and Firebase storage, and inside this you can see I'm having these two images and ringtones. Inside this ringtone folder I'm having all the songs which I'm using currently. I just exported this link, and here I'm having the images. These are all the images for that songs. Okay, so go ahead and download that file and keep it inside your component section. Okay, so we're done with our menu list. So after this menu list, what you have to do is you have to create that list. We are going to create that list. Okay, so let's get started with that. So you can say that I'm just keeping these both list, and along with this audio player, everything in the same thing, same component. So I'm just creating a new component called audio list.js. Okay, audio list.js, and let's import that audio list over here. Audio, not audio, it's not coming. Audio list, what is the component name I given? Audio list, I think so. Yes, audio list. So let's import it first. It's not coming. Import, I think it's not a name, RFC, that's why it's not coming, I think so. Save it now, I hope it will come. Here we go, it's coming. What happened? Yeah, now it's imported. Audio list is imported properly over here. See, it's imported. Okay, now our audio list is ready. Now inside this audio list, what are we having? Where it is? Let me open it, just give me a moment. Let me open it. Audio list, open. Okay, so we opened it now. So inside this audio list, as I said, we need to have our we'll start with the same class name. You can say audio list. Okay, class name audio list, and inside this audio list, what we are having, if you have a look at it, what we are having here, we're having this title and we're having this list section. Okay, let's start with that title. Okay, so dot title section, Inside this we having that h2 tag. Oh, h2 dot title, h2 dot title, and the list, we can name it as the list. Okay, and this list is going to have a span tag in it, list. Currently I'm just simply saying like 12 songs. Later we can change that 12 songs to a different number of songs, like we can change that one. So now what we need to do is we need to build that songs container. We need to build that songs container, like this entire thing is going to be a container. Let's build that one. So songs container, and inside this songs container what we are going to have, we are going to have that songs. Okay, inside that we are going to have that songs division. That means this complete songs division. Yeah, songs division, we can say dot songs. And inside this songs I'm going to have two sections, one this for this count and another one is for this complete song section. Okay, so let's say dot count, and I'll give a count inside it as #01 for sample data so far now. Later we can change it. And then we are going to have a song section as a main, and inside this song we are going to have the image box so far dot image box, and inside it we are going to have the image. Save the changes. And after this image box, what is we are going to have after this image title, we need to have that title. Just give me a minute. How I just structured it, let me check once. This is that complete song, and we're having this image, and then we made it as a section, song name and hits. Songs image box section and song name hits. Okay, dot section. So now inside this song we have this image box and this complete section, and that's divided into two, this name and this like song name and dot hits. Inside this song name you need to have two things. You can say that it's going to be a paragraph tag or paragraph tag, and inside this song name I'm just going to have the song name. Let's say Take Me On, something song name, because I love the song. Then after that what we need to do, we need to have the span tag. Let's say span, and give a name, class name for it, song name span. Inside the span tag we are going to have that not song name, that's not relevant, span artist or something, that's relevant because we are going to display the artist name only. So artist, I'm just displaying so far currently as an artist name, so later we can change it however we wanted it. So let me expand it a little bit so that you can see them clearly how I structured it. Okay, then after this paragraph tag we need to have that hits. So dot hits. Inside this hit we having two different paragraph like this, two different paragraph and one division also. Inside this head, first one is p dot head, and icon tag inside it, so I need to import head fonts. Okay, and then that's going to have 95, 490, 102, something a number. Save the changes, and after that, this paragraph we need to bring up the duration, p dot duration, same way, hash, then Fareg clock, and this 0304, that's a time duration of that song. Then we can say the favorite, like dot favorite. Inside this favorite we need to have two different hearts, just like here. See, initially it looks like this. If you want to add favorite, it should change a filled heart. So we are going to have two different hearts, and I'll show you how to use them perfectly. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have two different hearts, and that is fav heart, first fav heart, and another one is going to be Fareg heart. These are the two different hearts. Currently it will display them both. So first let's finish all the styling and all the properties, everything. After that I'll show you how to change on click all these things. Okay, so how I structured it, actually how I structured this HTML file is, so this is the complete songs section. Inside the songs section we're having two things, one for count and another one is for song. Inside the song itself we have this image box, and we're having this section separately. Inside that section we're having these two separate one and these three as a separate one. Okay, inside this, how we structure, this is one paragraph tag, and this is one paragraph tag, and this is one division. So this is how I structured it inside. Okay, so if you have a look at it, this is how it looks. It looks pretty wild, but if you follow it, you can easily understand it. Okay, then what we can do, we just need to start writing the styles for your audio list. Okay, so let's copy this audio list, and this is our main audio list styles. So dot audio list, and padding I'm just giving 10 pixels and 30 pixels. Okay, so before moving into it, first we'll fix this fix it now, or we'll fix it later. Okay, we'll fix the responsive screen once we finish this list. Okay, so audio list, then this title dot audio list dot title, font size 18 pixels, it's okay. Then in the title itself we having the span tag, and that color is going to be #848484 like this, and font size it's going to be 12 pixels. That's good. Then what we need to do is, that's all. Okay, after that we need to target this songs container dot songs container, and this songs container should take only a limited space of height, because we need to scroll it a little bit. So overflow y overflow Y it should be scroll, and in the same way overflow X should be hidden. Okay, so if I give some background color, you can say what is that background color and everything. See, this is that overall list should be displayed. Inside it should be scrolled, because this remaining space is going to be for your music player for this. Okay, I think this space is enough, so let me delete that background color. We don't see that background color anymore. Then what we need to do is we need to target our songs section. Copy this dot songs and go and write the styles for it. So we need to make it everything in a single line, so display flex. Okay, and then align the items in the center. That's good. And the font size, let's say 14 pixel. Okay, and let's say font weight as 600. That's perfect. And let's say color as #848484. That's good. Then what you can say is width 100%, better. And then for even you're adding multiple songs container, each of them should have some top and bottom space, so 10. And inside we are going to add some padding space as a 5, and specifically on the padding bottom we need more space. I think for now it's enough. Later if we need, we can add it. Okay, and then songs, let's say if the song on hover, or if the dot song is dot active, I need to change the color to that color. See, on hover it's changing the entire color, or even if it is that one is active, it will, that color, which one is going to be active, that color is going to be this one. Okay, and let's add some transition for it. Transition 0.3 seconds. That's good. It's having that nice transition effect. Then what we need to do, we need to target this count section. Okay, so I'll target that count now. Dot count. I'm just writing the direct classes instead of writing the again and again that parent class before it, because the space is not enough for the screen. So I'm just targeting the specific class. When you're targeting like this, make sure that you don't have any repeated class name. Okay, otherwise every time make sure that you write like this. Okay, count. So and then count for what you need to do, you need to move it a little bit. So margin in the right side, I'm just moving 10 pixels. I think this is enough. Then what we need to do, we need to target the song. Dot song display flex. I think that's pretty good enough. I think so, yeah. Display flex, and then align items center. Currently here you can feel that it's not showing anything, because here we are having that image box. We need to bring that image box so that you can see that the difference. With 100%, border bottom you can say 1 pixel, solid, RGBA 255 like this. Then what we can say, padding bottom 5 pixel more, a little bit. Yeah, so that's, let me hide it now. Later if you want we can add it. Okay, that's. Then what we need to do is we need to add the image box which is inside this song. Dot image box. That image box, it's going to have the width 45 pixel and height 45 pixel, and then minimum width, it always should be 45 pixels only, and border radius, it's going to be 0.5 eminent point, and background color, I'm just giving like something for now, later you can change it. And margin right, we can say 6 pixels, nope, 10 pixels, perfect. Then overflow, it should not come outside of that box because we are going to keep the image inside it, and inside this we are going to keep an image. Absolutely, that image should not come outside of it. 100% height, 100%, and object fit, it's going to be cover. Okay, so now that there is no image, that's why it's showing like that, so don't worry about it, later we'll fix that one. After that, what we are going to do is we are going to target this section. So dot songs or song section, inside this section we need to make it display flex first. Display flex. Now everything looks like this. Then what we need to do, we need to make the width as 100%. Perfect. And then what we need to do is justify content space between, align items center. Let's see, like this. Okay, then inside this section we having the song name, and that song name, it's going to be take the 50% of the width. And then inside this, why it's going to take the 50% out means it will comes until here. I'm going to push this artist name to the right side, and inside that song name we having this span artist, and margin left, it's going to be auto. It should come. Why it's not coming? Why? If it is not working, then only way it's to make us display flex, justify content space between, like this. Okay, so now it's working perfectly as we expected, and the align items center as well. Good. Then this span artist, if you want to change anything, you can change it. So we are not going to change anything, everything is going to be the same. Let's move on to hits now directly. Dot song dot section dot hit, display flex, justify content space between, align items center. Now so far they are in a same line, that's like as we expected. Then what we need to do is copy it. We need to bring up some space, margin right 6 pixels or 10 pixels. That's more than enough, I think so. Or you can go for 15 pixels. Yeah, that's pretty good. And inside this paragraph tag, what we are having, we are having the icons, and that icons font size should be 12 pixels, and from that margin right we need to take 5 pixels of the margin right, because we need to have some space between this icon and that. That's pretty cool. And now we need to target this duration. Dot song dot section dot hits dot duration. Actually this is for this paragraph tag. Dot duration, open the bracket. Inside here what we are going to have, we need to write the styles for it. For that, you can say for that one as color hash, not this color, 49 equally. Then you can say filter drop shadow. We can't use the box shadow because it will create a box. We need to go for drop shadow. Then only you can see the drop shadow effect. Blur effect 4 pixels, hash 49 equal e. Now we can see that drop shadow. Wait, it's not working. Oops, I need to target this eye. Still it's not working. What I made a pro dot song section duration I. Why it's not working then? Actually that's not the duration, that's why it's not working. That's favorite. My bad. Still it's not working. And that's not inside the hits section. Come on. Section song name, this is different. This division, it's inside the hits section only. Then why hits section div favorite why are you not working? We need to figure it out. Why? Maybe I'm making some mistakes, so let me target directly. No, still it's not working. That's important. Why are you not working? We need to find a way, find it, why it's not working. Div dot section, we're having hits inside that. Okay, hits favorite. Okay, and for the icon tag, that's the style. Sometimes it happens. See, sometimes it happens, so refresh it, it will solve the problem. Okay, refresh it, it will solve the problem. Now you can see it's working perfectly. Okay, but still it's not having that enough space, so we need to add some space for this. What is that? Hits. We need to add have some space from this duration also. Copy this dot integration, margin right 15 pixels. Okay, both are same only, so we'll copy this one and we'll give it over here instead of writing the same styles again. Because see, it's also using the margin 15 pixels only, so I'll just give it there. Now see, we're having that space. Okay, and here also for this icon, for this duration icon also, I'll give that same thing. Not complete duration, for icon only. Here we go, the problem is solved. Okay, now everything is perfect. So now what we need to do is we need to loop through our songs which we already having in our main list. Okay, so before loop throughing that one, yeah, loop through. First we'll loop through that one, then we'll fix that favorite sections inside this song container. So let me minimize it. Inside this song container, first what we need to do, we need to bring up that songs. So import songs from dot slash songs. Copy it, minimize it, and expand it. Open it and condition render that songs and songs dot map open the bracket, open the another bracket, and that it's going to be your song, and we need to have the index for the count, right? Because we need to update the count, right? So count, and then open it, and this division, this complete song division should be inside here. Save the changes, and let's see, we're having some error. Does not contain default export. Okay, I think it's having the named content. Here we go. Now we have that nice thing. Okay, I think we need to adjust this somehow, this margin effect, I think so. So let me adjust it. What is it? Songs. Everything is perfect. Now see, it's loaded all the songs. We're having all the songs, but with temporary variable. We'll change it later. I think this, we need to increase this margin. I think 15 is too short, so let's make it 10 pixels, and then for song we add that because this line is too close, so we need to add a little bit padding bottom. So that's why I think I have this padding bottom. See, now it's perfect. Okay, where is that? This one, enable it, that padding bottom. Now it's perfect. Okay, so we are perfect with this. And for the songs we can say cursor pointer. Okay, that's perfect now. And here, instead of this one, we need to display the total songs dot length. So So songs dot length, that will display the total length of the songs. So along with that, how many songs it's having, that's also I need to do. So string literals, dollar sign, open it, paste it, and here I need to display the songs, 12 songs. So that will gives the text, so totally 10 songs. Okay, so whenever the songs gets updated, so it will update this text, it will re-render this text. Then what we need to do is here we need to give that key value. So key is equals song dot id, because it should be unique, so we don't want that and unwanted error. And here I'm going to repeat that index plus 1, because index will start from 0, so index plus 1. Now we have that index value. Along with this, we need to have that hashtag, so wrap it and open the string literals and open the dollar sign, paste it. After that, or before that, we need to have that hash. There we go, we have that hash. Then what we need to do is, for this image, I need to bring up the image. So before doing it, every time I'm just rendering it conditionally, so do the condition rendering. Okay, so that's why we are adding that question mark. So song question mark dot, I'm bringing the image source. Now that will load the image from the Firebase, and see, it's having that nice image over here. Then what we need to do, we need to bring up the artist name here. So song question mark dot name. Then we need to bring up the artist name. Oh, come on. Song question mark dot artist. There we go, we have the artist name over here. Perfect. And finally what we need to do is, for this favorite, okay, if you open up the songs inside here, we having this favorite section. By default everything is false. Okay, so we're just going to, if that favorite is true, I need to display a different icon. Okay, so is favorite, so let me open up here. So if song dot favorite, then what we want to do, I want to print this one. Okay, else if it is not, else I need to bring this one here. This is it. See, we have that. Now I need to add an on click event for this. On click, I'm just going to change this favorite option as favorite and all those things. Okay, before doing that, what you need to do is, I need to set the we need to create a state. Use state. So use state is a hook which helps you to execute whenever that state is changed of that particular object, that will re-render that particular object in that component. That's why we are using the state. Okay, so the state will be keep on monitor. Whenever it's updated, it gets re-rendered. So let's do that. After here, I'm going to create the state called const song. song, or what we can set. It's a favorite one only, so we can say is favorite or sorry is favorite or set favorite. These are the that's the state variable, and that's a function which helps you to update that state variable. Then use state. By default it's going to carry on the false value. Okay, now what we have to do is actually for that we don't need the state, I think so. Otherwise the state variable, because we are not using here, because we are checking only the favorite, so we don't need that one. So okay, I'll create a song and set song. So initially this is going to carry on the from the songs, it's going to carry on the 0th index. Okay, it's going to carry on the 0th index dot song. Okay, and then why I'm setting this is because initially when this component is loaded, when this page is loaded, this list will pass on to this audio player that the first index, whatever the first index of that list, it will pass that song. See, when I'm refreshing it, see, it's sending this first song to this component. That's what we are doing, that's what we are setting this song. This is for song, and the same way I need to set another one, const img, that's for image, and set image equals use state songs 0th index dot image source. We are sending that image source, so you can send the ID and you can fetch it inside that component itself, or you can share it only the necessary informations to that component. For me, these two informations it's necessary, so I don't need to send the complete ID and I don't need to verify over there again and again. I can send it directly from here itself, song and image alone. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to change this on click. So for that, what I'm going to do is on click, I'm just going to call a function on click. Okay, on click I'm going to call the function. Okay, so that function needs to have a parameter. Normally here you can pass only a reference for a function only, but if you want to send a parameter inside a function in a React, what you need to do, you need to create a function. Inside that function, call that function. That's what you need to do. Change favorite, and I'm going to send that ID over here dot ID. Okay, so whenever you're clicking it, this function trigger, this function will call this function and it will search for this function now, and we need to create that function over here. So const, and then I'll copy that code, I'll bring it up, and so let me expand it a little bit, paste it here, and this is going to take an ID as a parameter and open it. So here what you need to do is you need to check. Okay, what we are going to do is songs, for each of the song inside it we are going to create we are going to check the ID. If the song dot ID, okay, if the song dot ID it's equals to ID, then what you need to do, that's you need to write it over here. Okay, so instead of using ternary operator, I have use the basic if condition itself. If song dot ID is equals to ID, the parameter value, then I'm just going to reverse this song dot value. So whatever the song dot favorite it's having, I just need to reverse it. Song dot favorite. That means if it is have false, change it to true. If it is have true, change it to false. Let's see working perfectly or not. Click it, it's working. Click it, it's working. If you click again, it's gone. So why I didn't use the state for it is because if I'm using the state, it will update the entire state of this complete container. So we don't want it. If I enable it, it will enable everything as a favorite. That's why I created a function and I send a ID, and every time I'm cross verifying that ID, if that ID is equals, then I'm reversing that favorite part. Okay, so this is what happening. So whenever I'm clicking it, this function gets triggered and it's come over here and it will reverse the value. So now the favorite part is done. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. So here, oops, I was checking over there, but here we are getting some error. I checked wrong one. What is the error now? On click, on click, on click. On click, we called that function perfectly. And then what we need to do is what we need to do. Okay, so the problem with this is, like, what is the problem is, yeah, I figured out the problem. So what's the problem is, so this entire container should be re-rendered. Whenever I'm clicking it, it should be re-rendered. So what I need to do is, so instead of loading it directly from the imported component, first we need to set these songs to a state. So whenever the state is re-rendered, we need to, whenever the state is updated, this component should be re-rendered. So const, so I'm just creating the songs, comma, set songs equals use state of these songs. So what I'm going to do is, instead of directly using it over here, I'm just going to use this state now. Okay, so now if I'm clicking it, see, when I'm refreshing it, it's getting refreshed. Okay, when I'm changing something, for instance, if I'm changing something and if I'm keeping it, okay, it's getting updated. For instance, what you can say, let's say, and delete it. Okay, if I'm clicking it, whenever I'm re-rendering it, it will get executed. It's why? Because state doesn't knows what array it is, because every time when I click, state will partially go through the overall array. It's not get much deeper inside your array. That's the problem. So whenever I clicked it, it's keep on sending the state to the same old array only. That's why it doesn't know even if it is changed, it's still showing the same thing. So what I need to do is, once I changed it over here, once I changed that thing, where is the loop is ending? Over here. Once it's end, I need to change this set song. I need to give a new reference for it. So instead of creating a new variable, what you can do is, you can use this. So this will create a new reference for the same songs what we have. Now if I click it, it gets updated instantly. because now the use state knows that this song is a new reference, so I need to re-render it. That's why it's re-rendering now every time. So let me give you an overall recap. What we did is, so instead of using directly loading this songs component over here, what I did is I give that to a state. So now the state will manages whenever this particular component is updated, it should re-render. But it's an array of an object. It's not a single component to check easily. It should state should dig much deeper into the each and every single array element inside it, but it will usually not do like that. So what I need to do is, instead of setting that old array information, I need to give a new reference for it. So instead of creating a new array object and passing it into it, I'm just using this destructuring to create a new array instance. So that will sense a new instance for your set songs. So this set songs will update these songs, and that songs will be re-rendered. So that's why we are getting these instant changes. Okay, so now our is favorite is working fine, and what we have to do is we just need to create this audio player. So once that audio player is given, what we have to do is we have to send these songs to the audio player, that the music player which we are going to create. So for that only we have done those we created these two separate thing, okay, but we never used it. We need to use them now. So before that, what we have to do is all we have to change this active link. When I click it, it should be active. For that only we created the active class. So where we already done those things, so I'll go to the menu and I copy that use effect from here, copy it, and I paste it in my audio list right after here. Use effect should be always after your state at the top, so keep it paste over here, then use the use effect over there. And instead of what we have to do, inside the songs containers only we having everything, so copy this songs container and then paste it over here. Instead inside the songs container or songs container, actually I think we don't need that songs container. We can directly go for songs itself. So delete this until here and then update it li to. Okay, so now we can give it songs now, songs. Okay, now I hope so it will work fine. All li, it's undefined. Where it is? Oh, here it is. Save the changes. Now it's fine. When I click it, it should work. Why it's not working? Maybe it's because of that active class where we return the active class for songs, or which one? Okay, let me check. Active, yeah, it's working. Active is working, but problem is with this one. Then active is working. I think the problem with this one then. Refresh it. And then let's see one more time. No problem with this one is happening now. It's not selecting everything. Okay, before going to this, let me check console.log songs, inspect elements. Yeah, it's not taking that songs. That's why we are getting this problem. Actually here you need to add the dot, that's the problem. Now it will work. Yeah, see, it's changing the active class because we missed this dot. Single dot, it's making this much of problem, for God's sake. Okay, so now our active class, it's working fine, it's super good. And in the same way, what we have to do is whenever I'm clicking whenever I'm clicking this this division, okay, I need to send the song and the image source to my audio player. That means when I click it, see, it's sending that image and the audio source. That's why whenever I'm playing it, it's playing that song. So we need to do that. For that, what we need to do is we need to send on click, we need to send that information. So over there, where is that key we given over here? Right over here. After this key, I'm just going to add the on click event. On click, I'm going to call a function called set main. Okay, we need to create that function set main song. Okay, and then inside that we are going to pass two parameter. One is dot song, what is the main song, and another one is that song dot image source. We are passing these two informations over there on click. Okay, on click we are going to get only this particular ID song and that information to that, not entire song. Okay, so that will be passed where it is passed. So after this we need to create one more function called set main song. This is the song, and this will takes two parameters. One is, what is that, song source, and another one is image source. These are the two parameters it will take, and we'll create a arrow 6 function. Inside this we need to set this song source to this value, set song, this song source, that's the state we having, and then we'll pass this state to the our music player. So initially when the page is refreshed, it will take the first array index and it will set the songs and image to our music player. But whenever I'm clicking it, it will take that clicked index source and image source, and it will update this set song. Once the state is updated, our music player will get updated. That's why we are using this state. Do the same thing for your image. Set source, image source. So now I will pass these two states to my music player, which I'm going to create over here. So do songs container. After this I'm going to create a new component called music player. So this one is not created yet, so all you have to do, create a new component called music player.js and have some React component in it, and we have to import it. This will import that file, it's imported. Then what we have to do, we need to pass those two things. So song is equals, we'll pass that song state. Song is nothing but whatever. Okay, song is nothing but your state. See this one. Then we need to pass this image. I'm passing this image as image source is equals image. So for this particular music player, you need to have two props that you should have here. Open it. What is the first prop? Capture it in the exact same order what you used to pass over there. Song and image source. Okay, if you're not sure, if your console.log both of them, then you can verify that either it's working perfectly or not. Okay, image source and all those things, it's not defined. Refresh, still it's showing that same thing. Oh my god, this is what happened. Named component, it should be a named component here also. It's saved and it should be saved. Now the problem is solved. Console, no error is there, and when I'm clicking, see, we are getting that value, two different values. When I click it, it returns that value. When I click this one, it returns that both value. We are getting that Firebase image source, and we are getting that audio source. See, when I click this, it's loading that one. When I click this one, it will place that audio. Okay, because this is an audio file, Joker audio file. See, we are getting that perfectly. Okay, it's working fine. Now what we have to do is over here, now we have to finish our music player. That's all we need to do. So let me open that music player.js, and then for this we need to create a new styles as a separate style, because this it's going to have a lot of work in it. So we'll create a separate music style for it, and then one second, let me open my music styles.css in my next screen. Okay, so now what we have to do first inside this. Okay, so if you have a look at it over here, what are we having? We having two sections, one for is your image section and another one for is your audio section. Inside the audio section you having two layers, one is for multiple icons and another one is for your range. Okay, that means your duration and all those things for this. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to close this, save it, and this division is going to be what is going to be, it's going to be a music player, save it. Now we need to expand it, this one. So after this I need to create a new styles. The style is going to be music player.css. okay, music player.css, and we need to bring it to this side and we need to import it over here. Import /styles/music player.css, music player.css, and my bad, this should be inside the class name music player. Copy it, paste it over here, and inside this music player, as I said, what we need to have the song image. So song image, and after this song image only we need to have your song attribute. So song, let's say attributes, song attributes. Inside the song attributes, first you need to have the audio file, audio tag. Okay, so if you have a look at it, this audio tag, let's say audio w3 schools. If you go here, HTML audio, so it's having certain default functions. What are things? Where is the reference sections, audio and video? See, it's having some inbuilt functions like play, pause, and to get the current time we having the current time, and to get the duration we having the duration, and to keep on execute, we having the loop. It's a boolean value. And then we having the source to select, give the source. And then the same way we having the, yeah, these are the informations. And it's having the loaded metadata, like whether that loaded metadata, it gives you the file it's loaded or not. We are going to use all these things. And we also have the preload, we have the preloaded. So we are going to use all these informations to our audio tag. So let me close these thing slash, and here source we give it later. Okay, we'll give the source later. Otherwise the source is nothing but it's your the parameter, the prop, that's the source. And we are going to preload it. Preload, it's equals metadata. Okay, then after this audio, what we have to do, after this audio, we need to divide this strong attribute into two, top and bottom. Inside the top, we are going to have multiple icons. See, these are the multiple icons we are going to have. So let me create that icons first. Let me import all those icons, then we can use it. So import from dot slash not react icons dot font awesome. Okay, we are going to import certain icons, like or we can directly type it, it will import it over there. Instead of typing there and again copying and pasting over here, we can directly start typing it. Okay, so here we can say three different sections: left, middle and right. So let's create that three: left, middle and right. So these are the three main divisions inside that. First, let's go with the left section. Inside the left section, you having two different things. Okay, inside the left section, you having two different things. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a const for the state for that. Use state. That means when the user, like here, when the user clicks it, it need to be favorite. Otherwise, it should not be like that. I need to change it. So what we have to do, so const is love set loud equals use state. By default value is false. Okay, then over here open it is love. What we have to do, if is love, I need to set I. Okay, if is love, open the I, and inside it we need to have fag reg heart. Okay, or else I'm going to have I'm going to have a normal heart, heart. Okay, now we're having this. If it is favorite, if is favorite means it should be, yeah, we'll see. And then on we need to wrap this into a complete division, then only we can add some click event. So dot loud, wrap it inside it, and here we can add on click event. On click is equals, we can change, give a function change loud, copy it and then create a function const changed love is equals open a bracket, create a new function, and then set that loved into not is love, opposite to that. So if I click it, it will be changed. If I click it, it will be changed like that, just like that. Okay, so it will be changed every single time. But what's the problem is we need to bring it this one here and bring it this one here and close this video names. Now the problem is solved. Initially it's false. If the user clicks, it will be changed, otherwise it will be normal. Okay, hot is done. After this loved section, what we have to do is we need to have one more icon. What is that icon is? That download dot download hi, and inside that it's going to have bs download, import bs download react icons / bs. Now we have that download icon. So left is done now. Then after that we need to go for middle. So in the middle, what are we having? We having these two icons, these two, pause and play, and these two. Okay, so now we'll target this middle. Inside the middle, what we having this back, play and pause, and forward section. So dot back section dot play pause section and dot forward section. In the back section, what is the first icon you need to have? Step backward. So I fast step backward, that icon you need to have. And the same way in the second one, this is going to be far backward. Now you have these two icons. Okay, then the same way inside the pause and play, we are going to have the two icons. Okay, so just like that, I'm going to create a state for it to toggle between the pause, just like what we have here. So const is playing set playing equals use state as false initially. Okay, what we are going to do here, open it, is playing, open it. If it is playing, I need to set pass. If it is playing, we need to stop it, or else we need to start the play. So icon far play. Okay, now see, if I click, nothing will happen. What we need to do is on click, we need to call a function change play and pause. Copy this and create another function above here. Const paste it equals. So if that function is triggered, we just need to set playing as not displaying. Now if I click it, it will be changed. See, it will be changed. Then the same way you need to load for forward section. For forward section, what are the information? First you need to have forward. Forward spelling wrong, my bad. Then you need to have step forward, save the changes. Now we have that all those icons, and in the right section we have only one, that's a sharing icon. So icon share alt. Now we have all those icons, so let's fix this, then we can go for that this one, this bottom section. Okay, so first let's fix this. Open it. So what we have to do is, first we have to write the styles for your music player. So copy this music player, and we already did it. So width as 100%, then padding is as 10 pixels, then display is as flex. Okay, now we have that image, and then this section, this attribute section in the same row. After this, what we have to do is we need to go for the song image dot song image. That song image should take the width as 120 pixels, and the minimum width should always be 120 pixels, and height is also going to be 120 pixels. Then border radius, it's going to be 10 pixels. Instead of height as 120 pixels, even if you can go for 80 pixels also, let's see which is looking good, then we can make some changes and all those things. Overflow should not happen, so hidden. And box shadow 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 20 pixels, RGB 000 0.4. and then now we can see it's having this box shadow effect. Okay, no, minimum width should always be 120. Height, it can be 80. That's what we are going to check. I think that's pretty enough, I think so, right? So let's leave it as it is. Then inside this song we having this image, right? We having this image. That image should always be 100%. Height should always be 100%. Object fit, it's going to be cover. Okay, we don't have any image so far. Okay, so even if I'm refreshing it, nothing will happen. But when I'm clicking, still nothing is happening. Why? Okay, we'll check that. Then what we need to do, we need to concentrate on attributes. Song dot attributes. That song dot attributes, it's going to take width 100%, and padding left, it's going to be 20 pixels, and display flex flex direction column, align items center, justify the content the center, like this. Then what we can do is we can write directly to the both top and bottom. We can target that both top and bottom. So song attributes dot top in the same way, comma bottom, whatever the common styles, we can write it over here. Okay, so let's say display flex, that's going to be common, align items center, justify the content space between, and width is going to take the 100% width, like this. Okay, then what we can do is In the top, we'll copy the top, all the top dot left, copy it, comma, comma, that means left, middle, and even the right. It's going to have the same common class only. That means the color hash 595959, font size 16 pixels, cursor pointer like this, and even display flex. Okay, so now it's okay. And align item center. After that, you can say yeah, this is good. Now we can copy this one more time, and this time we can target the eye. For each element inside, we having the eye, we can target that eye directly, and margin top and bottom 0 pixels, left and right 5 pixels. I think that's more than enough, or you can go for 15 pixels. Yeah, this is good. 15 pixels, it's more than enough. Okay, and now you can go and target each and everything specifically. Okay, so first this one, that loud, that one should be in a different color. So in the top, and this loud, that icon should be color in a different color, hash 49E12E. that should be important. Okay, and it should have the drop shadow filter, drop shadow 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 20 pixels, hash 49E12E, not 20 pixels, 4 pixels. It should have that drop shadow. See, now it's having that drop shadow. Perfect. Then what we have to do is, and then in the middle and the back, the second child is always it's having a different color. Okay, so in the middle section, we having this back and forward dot back, copy, comma, and this forward, they having a different color when compared to these two, so we need to have a different color. So color hash 9a 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 hash exclamatory, it should be important. Okay, in the middle, not everything, I colon nth child number 2, only for that, not for everything. So you need here, if you see, it's changing everything, not for everything, only for the second child. Okay, so for the middle backward it's a second, and for forward it's in the first one, for these two. Okay, for the back it's second one, for the forward it's the first one. So now it's perfectly fine. Okay, so where we are returning the common style over here, so what we need to do, font size as 14 or 18 pixels. That's perfect. Everything is now good. Now we need to target this play and pass, this division. It's in the middle, top middle, play and pass. This plain box is going to have 30 pixels width and height 30 pixels, and what we have to do is we need to have the minimum width that's 30 pixels, then border radius as 100 percentage, and background hash f1 f1 f1, display flex, justify the content center and align the items center. Now that will brings everything in the center position. Okay, and we can see the color hash 0. Okay, it's cool, it's perfect. It's perfect. Then what we can do now, we have to concentrate on the bottom section over here. Inside this bottom section, what are we having? We having first we having the current time. So current time 00:00 and input colon range. We don't need this, delete it, save the changes, and we having the duration, save the changes. Duration here also it's going to be initially 00:00, so it's displaying everything, so perfect. It's taken that display flex and all those things. So now what we have to do, all we have to concentrate on the bottom section. So strong attributes dot bottom, open it, margin top 20 pixels. Okay, I think that's enough. Then padding 0 pixels and 20 pixels. That's too much, 15 pixels. That's enough, I think so. Okay, then what we have to do is just we have to copy this, and now we have to write the styles for your progress bar. Okay, so I'll just give a class name for this as a progress bar. Dot progress bar. Okay, so what we have to do is let's say width as 70 percentage, now 78. Yes, that's enough. Then position as a relative, then height it should be 5 pixels, and outline it should be none, and border it should be none. Then appearance it also should be none. Then border radius 10 pixels. Background RGBA 255 0.1, like this. We have that background effect now. Then we need to target for this is for Chrome and Safari colon before, open it, position absolute, content nothing, and it should be in the top left corner, top left 0, and the background color of that progress bar, it's going to be #848484. And initially I'm setting the width as 50%. Later I will update it by according to the time of your audio played. Then height is going to be 100%. Border radius as 10 pixels, exactly same as its parent element. Then z index 2, transition all 0.3 seconds ease, like this. See, we have that this one. I don't want this thumb, so I just remove it. So I'll make this cursor pointer. Now it will change to the pointer. So we don't want this thumb handler, so I'll just remove it. So I'll just copy this. And then for that we're having the WebKit thumb, slider thumb. Okay, so what we have to do is, so WebKit appearance as none. Okay, and then width you can say 15 pixels, height you can say 15 pixels. You should have the thumb, if you are removing the appearance none, you should have your customized thumb. Otherwise you can't click and drag. It will not allow you to click and drag. What we have is, we create it, but we make the background color as a transparent. Okay, border radius as, let's say, 50%. Border none, outline none. So I don't want to do anything now. I can simply click and adjust it when I am return some function classifications and then everything. Okay, after this, like as I said, just how I explain all these things, right, separately for the Firefox also. Okay, so it's very simple. So what you have to do is, all you have to do, copy the same style what you written over here, copy the same style. We don't copy this and copy it, and then I'll copy from here. Okay, this is for Firefox, paste it, and here this is for MOZ track, range track. We don't need this position relative. All those things, and we don't need, yep, that's enough. After this you need to have this style, copy this, and instead of before you having mouse process, range process, and here you don't need this absolute content top and all these things. This is enough. And then copy this and paste it, except this WebKit thumb slider, it has its own thumb. Now this will work fine in the Firefox too. Okay, now we need to concentrate this current time and all those things. So song attributes of bottom, this current time, and this duration, both are having the same styles. Color hash F1, font size 14 pixels. Okay, it's perfect. And font weight bold, so I'll reduce it to 12. This is enough. Okay, so now we need to bring up this image. That image is not coming up. Let me check why it's not coming up. I'll just add the console logo over here. console.log song. If any one is working, it should work properly. Console, it's coming, but why it's not setting that image? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not setting the, it's setting the songs. We don't have the image, that's why it's not setting anything. Here image src, now it should load up that image. If I choose this one, see, I choose this one, I choose this one, I choose this, I choose this, so it's loading perfectly, and the song it's also setting perfectly. So what we have to do now is we just need to write the script for playing. All we have to do only that, then we are finished. Then we can go on to the right menu and we can finish the mobile screen view, and that's it. Okay, so first what we have to do is we need to write the we need to get the reference. To get all the reference, why we are using the references, because we are going to refer our input tag and this duration on all those things. So we need to refer it properly, otherwise it will not work. So for that only we are going to use the useRef. UseRef is a hook which helps you to track your reference. UseRef. Okay, so after this I'm going to create a reference for two important one is our audio player and another one is our progress bar. So const audio player is equals use ref, and another one const progress bar equals use ref. Okay, so let me comment it, otherwise it will confuse you. So what is the purpose for this? This is for our audio tag and this is for our progress bar. Save the changes. Okay, this is for our understanding. Audio tag. Now what we have to do is, okay, now all you have to do, we need to play that song, whether we need to make sure that it's playing or not playing. Okay, so we have this change play and pause. Okay, change play and pause. Over here what I have to do is, all I have to do, if is loud, that means if it is true, it is loud. Okay, we have to make sure that audio player is playing. So audio player dot current, that current reference, it should play. So as I initially show you, audio tag has its own parameter, own functions called play to play the audio, then else we need to pass, that function. So if everything is working fine, now see, it should work. What it's happening now? What's a problem with this now? So this is, let me check that image is, that's a song only. Console song mp3 song, everything is coming. Okay, fine. What's the problem is, we created the reference but we didn't refer it in our audio source, in your audio tag or in your progress bar. That's the problem. You have to refer it over here. Reference, what is the reference you created it for? Audio, copy it and place it. Now it will refer this audio tag. Do the same thing for your progress bar also, otherwise no use of having it. So let me close this for now. So we need to maximize it. Okay, so why I close that one? Let me bring it. Expand it to community. Okay, now this one. Okay, where is our progress bar? Where is it? Is here it is. So reference equals progress bar. Now it should work. Come on. Still it's not working. Audio player. Is it's playing? Audio player dot current use reference. It should play now. Oops, my bad. I referred it this one in a wrong function. It's not louder. This one. This is for our favorite. This is for this change and play pass function is here. So copy this state and over here, and now see it's working. But the problem is the state is not running fine. It's because it's returning, like what you have to do is we need to get the previous state value. Okay, we need to get the previous value, because once you click that, the state value is updated, so it doesn't have a time to run this. So we need to get the previous state value. So the best way is to get that is const previous value equals is playing. Save it, and here then cut it and then paste it after here, and here give it this one, and here also give that one. Okay, so now it will get the previous value and it will check for that previous value. So see, let's see, check. Okay, it's working fine now. If I pass it, it's pass. If I play, it's play. Okay, so why it's previously is not happening is because once you press that, the state value is updated, so state doesn't have a chance to run this code. So we are capturing the previous value now, and we are executing according to the previous value now, not the new value. Okay, so now it's working fine. So our song is playing now, and even if I'm clicking it, this song will get updated. See, it's everything. So now we need to adjust this drag and all those things. Okay, so first we set the duration. We'll bring up this duration. To bring up this duration, what we have to do is, all we have to do, create a use effect function. Create the use effect hook use effect. Okay, so right after here I'll bring up that use effect, open it. Okay, and it's need to be rendered once. So when it need to be rendered is once your audio player it's ready, it's loaded all the metadata. So loaded metadata. Once it's loaded all the metadata and the audio player is in the ready state, at that time only it should execute, it should trigger this one, otherwise it should not trigger this one. We're checking the loaded metadata and also the ready state. These two are the property coming from your HTML tag. Okay, your audio HTML tag. So inside here what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the seconds. So const seconds. Okay, so equals audio player dot current dot duration. So to take the duration, inbuiltly audio player has its method called duration, so that will helps you to take the duration. Now I need to set this duration, so for that I'm going to create a new state, const duration comma set duration equals use state. Okay, equals use state. In this state is initially we are going to set the value as 0, and I'm going to use that duration right over here. So now if everything is working now, it should keep the value as 0. So it's working fine, so it's keeping the value as 0. Now what we have to do is we need to set this, we need to update this duration by using this set duration function, so that we'll get the maximum duration over here, and we need to set the duration to that seconds. Okay, see, now the problem is it is returning the exact seconds and all those the decimal values, so I need to floor the value. So we have a inbuilt function called floor. Okay, so floor math dot floor, open it and paste this function here, and see, now we have that time duration for that particular audio. It gives that exact, but it's not accurate. So like it's simply displaying 27. We don't know 27 seconds or a minute what it is, we don't know. So what we have to do is we need to create a separate function for it. So that's where we are going to create a separate function to calculate the time. So after this, I'm going to create a function called calculate time equals const, and this calculate, it's going to take the value that's a seconds value. Okay, and this function, it's first we need to find out the minutes. So const minutes equals math dot floor, and we are dividing the seconds by 60. Okay, so this will return the quotient so that we can get the minutes, and then we are going to customize this return minute. So return minute equals minutes if the minutes is less than 10. Okay, so all we have to do, if the minutes is less than 10, we have to append the 0, that means less than number 10, because if it is 10 you need to add 10. If it is less than 10, like we need to add 09, 08, 06, like that, we need to add like that. So open the string literals 0 dollar, open it minutes. Else what we have to do, we have to simply use it minutes. Okay, so that means how we are wanted to do is, if the value is less than 10, you need to print it as 09, or you need to simply print as 11, 12, something like that, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, something like that. That's for that purpose only we are writing this line. The same way you need to get ready for your seconds equals math dot floor second, instead of slash you need to give percentage 60, and here you need to do the same thing, copy this line and paste it over here, and instead of minute give it as second, and instead of minutes over here give it seconds. Okay, then we need to combine them both when this function is going to return both seconds and minute. So first you have to print the minute dollar return a minute, and after this colon dollar return seconds, return second. Okay, this function will return that thing. So what we have to do is, once it's all we have to do is we need to update our duration according to this function. So what we have going to do, we are going to simply render this duration with this function. So copy it, and then I'll then pass that duration into here, duration, and now it will gives you the value like this. But sometimes when you're refreshing it, you will get this NaN. That means before it's getting loaded you are calling that function, so it will returns this NaN, but once you're playing it, it will change. to avoid that, what we have to do is we have to copy this function, cut it, and we are checking this duration and the calculation and is nan, so it's and not is nan inside this function duration. We are checking if the duration is valid, and if it is not n, okay, only if it is not n, we are going to calculate this value. So this will bring up, it doesn't gives you the that nan colon nan value, okay, but still it's showing when I'm changing it, it's still showing. Okay, so another best solution is what we can do is we can wrap everything into a bracket. Okay, so what might be the problem here, we will wrap this one into a complete bracket. What we can do, what we can do. It's need to be updated perfectly. So we'll wrap everything into a bracket and we'll check a condition. If it is valid, then just perform this, else print the value was 00 colon 00 instead of nan. So now if you are refreshing it, it will simply display the 000. Then yeah, now it's working fine. Okay, so now we have to solve this problem. We have to do the same thing for your current timing also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this current time. So first I need to create a new state for your current time, const current time comma set current time equals use state 0, and here I need to use the same function, copy it and paste it over here. Instead of duration, I'm going to set the current time. Oops, I need to update this first, spelling mistake is there. Current time, copy it, paste it over here. Now that will display the 0. It should display the 0. Okay, so then what we have to do is we need to set the current time for your audio file. So all you have to do is once now refresh it. Current time is not setting properly because we set it as 0. Yeah, okay, it's working fine only. If you're sending it to here, it's written 0 only. Yep, it's working fine only. It's working fine because this function is returning, we are calling this function, right? So that function is returning that 0 colon 0, so that's why it's printing like that. I'm confused, I'm sorry. So then everything is so far so good. So after this, what you have to do is you need to update this time duration whenever it's getting played. Okay, whenever it's getting played, you need to update that time duration. And in the same way, I need to change this progress. Okay, so for all that thing, what I have to do is I need to write an on change event for your progress bar. For this on change, I'm going to call the function change progress. Okay, on change, I'm calling this progress. So if any changes in that, whenever it's making changes, it will calls that function. Okay, if it is called, then you just need to do some actions. That's what we are going to do now. Okay, on change, what we have to do is copy this function. We have to create that function now, otherwise it will throws an error as an undefined. Okay, see, it's throwing an error because that function is not defined. That's why. After this, create another function, const change progress. So use the proper naming convention without it's make sure that it doesn't confuse you. Okay, on change that progress, we are going to copy that thing. Okay, so what we have to do is we need to copy that thing. So first of all, what we need to do, what I need to do now. Just a minute, let me think. Okay, so change progress. So now what I need to do is first I need to set the current time. So audio player dot current time, it's equals progress bar dot current dot value. So we are setting the audio player current time is equals to progress bar dot current value. Okay, after this done, we need to change this progress bar width. I'm going to change this progress bar width by using the CSS property value. So in the music player, we fix the width as 50%. Instead of that, I'm going to use the CSS value. So player played, how many seconds it's played, how many percentage it's played, so forth. So copy it and give it for your progress bar range. In for range, progress and over for your before event. Copy this both, and then we are going to update that property from here. So let me copy it perfectly. Copy it. We are going to update that property now. So all what you have to do is after this, so progress bar dot current, okay, dot style dot set property. We are going to set a property for it, and that property, it's going to be that the same variable what we defined over there. And then what we are going to do is we are going to do some calculation. That means from the current value, we are going to divide the duration and we are going to multiply it 100. We are going to convert it into a percentage. That's what we are literally doing now. So dollar, open it, inside this open another bracket. Okay, oops, wait, first you need to open a curly bracket, then open a whole bracket, and inside that whole bracket you are going to do progress bar dot current dot value. That value, it's going to divided by the duration which we are having for that song duration, and you need to multiply it with 100, and that result should be converted into percentage. That means we are simply dividing your current progress value with your total duration, and we are multiplying it with 100. So that will gives you the some value, and we are adding percentage sign with that, and we are setting that value for your player width. So that will keep on update your width over there. Okay, if it is everything is working fine, then okay, then what we need to do is we need to set the current time. Set current time, then only it will display the current time over there, otherwise it will not display. So progress bar dot current dot value. Okay, now if everything is working fine, if I'm playing it, if I click, it's going too far. Maybe the calculation, there must be some mistakes in the calculations. Progress bar yeah, it's changing now, but it's going beyond that. Why it's happening? Maybe we need to add what's the problem now? It's working, but where is the problem happening? Calculations, everything is correct, perfect, there is no mistakes in that. Progress bar dot current value dot duration star 100 and percentage sign, everything is perfect, no problem in that. Maybe I missed something. Is it because of that? It's working, but seconds are miscalculating, so maybe let me check 1 second, just a moment. Progress bar, before only we are updating the width. Okay, player width, player played, and for this one also player played. Change, on changing the progress, we are setting the property and progress bar dot current dot value slash duration star 100 percentage. It's working, everything is good. Let's refresh and check one more time. It's working, but why it's taking too much? Why it's happening like that? Okay, we'll finish and then we'll check. Maybe it's moving now, but the values or everything is not perfectly updating. Then I think it's because of that. While playing, we need to write one more thing, or we need to update every each time frame in it. Okay, because while playing it should be keep on calculated, then only it will update and it will gives the perfect timing. But now we can adjust the track player. So whatever we did, we write a code to adjust the track player, so that it's working perfectly. So now what we need to do is, while playing, what we have to do, while playing we are going to update the animation frame. That frame should be keep on updated, so that can be updated by using for that can be done by using request animation frame. We can use it by using use effect, but use effect, it's in our scenario use effect will execute it only one time, so we can't do that. So that should be executed every single frame. Whenever the frame it's changed, it should be re-rendered again. So for that we are going to create a new function. So before that we need to create a new reference for it. So that const animation ref is equals use ref. This is for our animation purpose. So after the change progress over here, we are going to create a new function const while playing we are going to call this function. So over here the same thing, present progress dot current is equals current time, and then progress var dot current dot value, all these things it's going to be. So here progress dot current dot value is equals audio player dot current audio player dot current time. Okay, and then here also we need to write the same steps. So instead of writing the same steps over there, what I'm going to do is I'm just cut it and I create a new function const we can say that function name as change current time. So const change current time is equals that function. So instead of repeating that same function line of code again, we just keep it inside a function and we use that function whenever we needed it. Okay, so that function will be called over here. Okay, and then what we have to do is we need to call this while playing function in our this one where it is playing, where it is playing or not. So let me bring this function to the top right after this calculate time, or not calculate time, right after this use effect. This is the first one, so I'll keep it over here. So when the audio is played, it should start rendering our animation. So animation reference dot current is equals request animation frame, and we are calling that function while playing. Okay, so that function will be called and it will shit to this reference, and then once it's done we need to cancel that animation, cancel animation frame, and we need to cancel that animation reference dot current. Okay, then what we have to do is we need to keep on call this every time, otherwise it will not work properly. So what I have to do is in the right after while playing, this function should call itself. So animation reference dot current, it should keep on call that request animation effect of while playing, like a recursive function. It should keep on call until it gets done. Now if I refresh it and if I'm playing it, what happened? Let me wait a second. Empty the cache memory and I rerun it. It's loading, and let me play this. There might be some mistake. No mistake. That, what's the problem now? Change current time, change progress, we call the function over there, and we call the function the change progress, and then while this thing we call this function. should work fine, but why it's not working fine? We need to figure it out why it's not happening. Yeah, it's working. It's working. See, now the time is getting updated. Even if I'm pulling it back, it's coming back, and again the song is playing fine. So finally everything is working good now. I don't know why it's not previously working. Let me verify it one more time. Refresh it, and now I think everything is loaded properly. Let's verify it. For this one it's working. For yeah, it's working perfectly. So now everything is working perfectly. So what we have to do is let's class verify it. Every song is playing fine or not. Yeah, everything is working fine, and our time is everything is keep on updating. I thought it's not working, so it's fine, it's good. Now everything is working perfect. Now we just need to close this, and close this. All we have to do, we need to concentrate now on our mobile screen. Bring it up. See, this is the problem in our mobile screen now. If you're making our mobile screen frame up now, this is a problem. Now what we have to do, let me bring it well view now. Okay, so this is a problem. So all what can we do is let's target our mobile screen now. So for the mobile screen, what we can do is, it's a very simple way, like where is our main container? Over here. So where is our main container? Over here. So at media screen and max width colon 550 pixels. Open it, and then in that main container we are going to fix the width as, like, let's say minimum width as 380 pixels. Okay, so like this. Now you can see that the minimum width is 380 pixels. It's perfectly fine now. Okay, then what we have to do is, then we have to fix the content now. So content, let's remove the padding. So we had too much of padding previously, so we'll remove that padding to 10 pixels and 15 pixels. Then what we have to do is, let me bring it up side by side, keep it side, and I keep it in the left side so that we can see instantly. Good. Then what we have to do here, dot content dot breadcrumb of the paragraph tag. That paragraph tag should take the font size as 12 pixels. Okay, and then like the top breadcrumb, I think it's already fine, so we don't need to reduce the size and everything. So we can target the next, like these buttons and this h2 tag and all those things. So copy this one, copy this name. Oops, I closed it. That thing should be like paste it. Dot banner content artist left name, that h2 tag inside that h2 tag. That h2 tag should be font size as 25 pixels. We need to make sure that's small enough. Then we need to fix this. Right, we need to fix that right. That right, what we can do is, inside that anchor tag, what we can do, we can say like padding 5 pixels and 15 pixels, and font size is 12 pixels, and margin as 0 10 pixels. Now I think this problem is solved, 0 and 10 pixels, so it's perfectly fine. Now we need to fix this menu list, so copy it, menu list. We need to fix that menu list. Copy this menu list, and then we need to adjust the padding. I think 5 pixels, and top and bottom 0 pixels. That's good. Then we need to write the styles for our li tag. That li tag, it's having the margin. That li tag, you need to reduce that margin to 5 pixels. And if you feel it's too close for padding, make it 10 and adjust this to 5 pixels. So 10 pixels, it's enough. And for that li tag, that li tag should be margin 0 5 pixels. It's perfect now. So for this it's good. Okay, then what we have to do is li tag menu list, we need now. Then what we need to do is, when the menu list paragraph tag, we need to reduce the size. Menu list paragraph tag, font size 10 pixels. That's more than enough. Okay, and then font size 12 pixels. That's good. And then for I tag, font size 10 pixels. That's good enough. And for this, why still it's taking? Okay, it's fine. Oh, come on, keep on closing it. Okay, then what we have to do is, now we need to target the styles for our list, audio list. So dot audio list, that should be using the padding 10 pixels and 5 pixels. So these are trial and error only. You should spend your quality timing to do all this trial and error for yourself. I already did all these things. That's why I'm just making all these changes by myself. Audio list. Okay, then what I'm doing, audio list dot songs dot song dot section flex direction column. Okay, now it will gives you the flex direction as a column like this way. Then then justify the content flex start. Okay, so I think it's because of align items, align the item in the flex to start like this. Okay, and justify the content space between. That's fine. Let's see. Song name section. Okay, that's fine. Justify content will not work here because it doesn't have that one. So we can make that work for inside the section. Inside the section we having the song name. So song name, for the song name we are going to make the width 100%. When you make that width 100%, it will pulls to the corner. And in the same way, inside the section name we having the hits dot hits. That hits going to use justify content space between. Okay, and margin left it's going to be 0. And still, why it's not taking hits? Okay, with hits. Keep on. Why I'm keep on closing it? With 100%. That's also will take that perfect thing, and we need some margin top. So margin top 10 pixels. So that will gives you some space over here. So that's perfectly all right now. So in the same way we have to reduce our this picture. So what we have to do is we need to target our picture now. So let me target this picture. So song image, copy it, so dot song image, so dot song image. That song image should use width as 100 pixels now, and make that minimum width also 100 pixels. What about 80? Actually this is coming from music player, so we need to update it in the music player. So now our main container thing is done. So let's go to the music player, and here we can do the same thing. Add media, screen, and max width colon 550 pixels. 550, right? Yes, 550 pixels. So here dot song name, song image, it's going to be with 100 pixels, minimum width 100 pixels. Now it's reducing. Okay, then after this what we have to do, we have to we have to bring this top is going out. In the top we're having some unwanted spaces, I think so. In the for the I tag we're having this unwanted space. Yeah, commonly we return this style, that's why. We'll take this margin effect to 5 pixels. That's perfect. So all we have to do is copy the style and paste it here, open it, margin 0 pixel and 8 pixel, not 8, then 6, then at least 5. Yes, 5 is more than enough. Then we need to fix this this one, duration, progress bar, height and width, and this duration. We'll remove this padding first. that will take the complete thing. So we'll remove that padding unset, so that will unset that padding. Then we have to adjust this progress bar width. So progress bar width, you can say 65%. That's good. Width 65%. So now our mobile screen, it's done. So even if you are playing it, it will work fine. It's working. Now all we have to do is just to finish that right container. So we'll finish that right container from that CSS. So right container at minimum width, will finish it now itself. So copy it and we'll paste it here. So for the right menu, the minimum width, it could go up to 64 pixels. Okay, so it can't go beyond that. So we need to bring that content, everything inside here. So let's open up the right menu. So what are the things we having inside the right menu? Let me bring it up to mobile screen. So in the right menu, what are the things we having? We're having this GoPro and all those things. GoPro. Okay, we'll maximize it and we will work this way. First we will finish this big screen, then we'll come to the small screen. So in the right menu, we're having two sections, top and bottom, or you can say this is Grow Pro and this is Profile. Okay, so that's what this is. Now what we have to do is, so in the right side, in the right container, we already include all those things. In the GoPro, I'm going to do icon, crown, import from React icons / far. And now from here, far crown, we're having the paragraph tag after that, and inside that paragraph tag we are going to have go and span tag, and that's going to be the pro. Okay, and after this paragraph tag is also should be inside your I tag itself, like this. And after this we need to have another I tag, and that's going to be bell. Okay, and after that we are going to have the another icon tag, and that's going to be have fabric heart. Okay, and in the Go profile, what we are going to have, we are going to have I tag that fasten and I tag that cogs. Okay, and after that, at last it's going to have dot profile image. Inside this it will have an image tag. So now let's start writing these styles. Just a moment, let me open that styles now, so that we can start writing the styles without wasting time. So right menu, first we already finished the right menu maximum until these transitions and all those things. Will make the display as a flex and flex direction as the column, so to bring everything in the column direction, and justify the content space between and align the items in the exact center location. So now you can see that it brings up the icon over here and it's having few of them over there. Then what we have to do is we need to target one by one inside that. So dot right menu and this GoPro, copy and paste it one more time. Instead of GoPro, this time it's going to have a profile. Okay, profile, and this it's going to have the same thing like display flex and justify the content center, align the items center, and flex direction is going to be column, and the cursor is going to be the pointer. So now everything will be in the straight line. So all you have to do, what you have to do is we need to copy this one more time and we need to target the I tag which is inside the I tag which is inside them. So this color is going to be hash F1 F1 F1. Now you can see them very clearly, and then all you have to do is just margin 20 pixels and 0. Here we go, and then make the text align center, text align in the center position, so that will everything will be in the center position, and the font size is going to be 20 pixels and position as a relative position. Okay, so now you can see them very good, loud and clear. Then all you have to do is inside the icon tag we having the paragraph tag in the GoPro. Copy it and then paste it here, and paragraph tag, and that font size it's going to be 14 pixels. Okay, and inside that paragraph tag we having the span tag too, so we are targeting that span tag, and its color is going to be hash 848484. Okay, and then after that what we have to do is in the GoPro of I nth child number 2, this one of I nth child of number 2, we need to target that before. Okay, target that before. That position is going to be absolute, and content is not going to be anything, and width is going to be 8 pixels, height is going to be 8 pixels, and background is going to be hash 45AB2E. Now you can see it's having that circle, that thing. So border radius 50%. Now it's a circle, and we need to bring it to top 0 and to right 0. There we go, we have that notification icon. Then all we have to do, we need to target that profile image now. All that what we have to do. So copy this profile and paste it over here, and go to your menu.js and copy here and come over here and dot profile image, and width, that width is going to be 40 pixels, and height is going to be 40 pixels, and overflow it's going to be hidden, and border radius it's going to be 100%, and then box shadow 0 pixels 20 pixels, and RGBA this one. Okay, so here we go, we have that nice one. Okay, and then if you check the background, there we go. Okay, we have a small problem, slide problem now. to add some padding, 0 pixels and 20 pixels. Oh, it's not working. 20 here and 0 there. Now it's working. It's the problem is solved. Now what we have to do is we need to make sure this color is not needed now. We go and import the profile picture now. Import profile from double dot slash it's not coming. Import profile from double dot slash img slash slash. It will not come. So where it is profile dot jpg, and bring up this profile into here. img, open it, paste it, and we need to make sure that inside that image it's using width 100%, height 100%, and object fit cover. There we go. Now we're having our profile picture, and it should looks like this. Okay, it looks like and this in our tablet screen, and like this in the mobile screen, and like this in the desktop screen. So it's completely responsible for all these screens. So all we have to do now, create a Firebase project, and we have to host it in the Firebase. So open up your Firebase and go to the console and click new project, and then give the name for your project. So I'll just give YouTube Spotify clone, and then create it, create the project. So this might take a few minutes, and in the meanwhile you just need to run the Firebase command, Firebase init. For this you need to have Firebase tools should be installed in your computer. Okay, so now it's done, so open it. Okay, so you need to create a web app, so click here and go ahead and create a web app over here. So YouTube Spotify. Okay, so register this app. So once it's done, what you have to do is, okay, if you want to keep Firebase authentications and all those things into your project, you need to install this. Okay, so I'm not going to do any of that, so I'm just closing it. All I'm just need to do is I just need to go to Firebase hosting, and I need to click get started, and here we go. This is the command which helps you to install the Firebase latest tool in your machine. If you not yet installed it, copy it and install it, or if you have already installed it, go to next. And if you don't log in, copy this command and log in it into your Firebase, and now run this command. That's I already written over here. If I hit enter, this might take a few seconds or a minute to load and initialize all your project setups and everything. So let's wait until it gets initialized. Once it's get initialized, we can do some configuration settings for our Firebase project, like adding the project name and the build directory and how you want to host it, all those kinds of informations. So it's taking me for a while, so let's wait until it's loaded. So usually it will take a minute or less than that for first time. I've been didn't do that for past 2 days, so it's taking a while. Yeah, now it's initialized, so I need to proceed, yes, and I need to use the hosting configuration files for Firebase hosting, optionally GitHub Actions deploy. Press space to select it, enter, and use an existing project, enter, and search for the created project. So these are the project I'm having inside, where it is, here it is, YouTube Spotify clone, enter. And do you have the public directory? No, we need to give build directory, because we need to create a build file, so we not yet created that. So choose build and redirect all the URLs into index.html. Yes, absolutely. Nope. So now everything is done. So what we have to do is you just need to run this one, npm run build. So this will start building your project. Okay, so it will build. So and then we initialize the project to get the absolute file from this build folder. So the build folder will create some minimized version of your JavaScript and all those things, so that no one can see your all those JavaScript coding and everything. So this build, that's what we initialized over here. Ask the GitHub to take the build directory. So we initialize that build directory. So when you're deploying it, Firebase started to pull all the files from your build directory, and then it will be hosted in that your project folder in the Firebase cloud, and it will generate a live link for you, and then you can share it to your friends. Your project will become a live. So just in a matter of second, we have our live Spotify clone on the cloud. Let's wait until it's get done. Come on. It's taking a while, more than usual. Maybe because of my network slow or anything else. So we need to commit this. If you have a GitHub account, you just configure your GitHub account and commit your coding while you're writing. Don't keep on write the code just like what I did today, because I was continuously writing the code, so I didn't commit the code. But you used to commit your code already, so that we can avoid some unwanted changes and unwanted mistakes in your happen. In case if anything is happening, then that's it, we lost all the coding, whatever you spent and whatever you did so far. It will leads to collapse. So just need to be careful while you're doing that. So now it's still loading. I don't know why it's still loading. Maybe it's because of still it's running, that's why. So let me close it. It's building out, building. Let's keep on building. Come on. Actually, it's taking more than a usual time, so let me terminate it and I rerun it. npm run build. So I think now our project build is done, so don't worry about this warning and all those things. These are nothing but it's because of the href tag, which we never given a valid URL for it for the href attribute. That's why it's happening like that. So now we need to deploy it. So Firebase deploy. hit enter. So this will start deploying your all the files which is inside your build folder. So it's deploying everything, and once everything is done, and here we go, we have that live URL, and go and paste it in the browser and hit enter. We have our that live Spotify clone.